requiring physical strength. The role of women in agriculture is important, especially in the post-harvest tasks, decision-making, and marketing. May we all work hand in hand to create a healthier world. Thank you and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, our very beautiful chairperson of the Philippine Commission of Women, Sandra Montano. My dear friends, this time we shall listen to another woman leader in the country who once upon a time was also a chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. And she's also the founder of the Philippine Federation on the Local Councils of Women, an internationally renowned woman leader in the Philippines who also holds offices in different international organizations, be it in Asia, in America, or in Europe. My dear friends, my pride to present to you the chairperson and founder of the Federation on the Local Councils of Women, Mirna T. Yao.
Hello, thank you, Ramona.
Welcome.
I would like to acknowledge Senator Cynthia Villar, Governor Lauren Legarda, our Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary William Dar, of course, the Philippine Commission of Women Chair Sandy Montano, Bicol Region President, and of course, the President of PFLCW, Evelyn Uy, and our distinct speakers and participants. I appreciate everyone's presence here. I hope you are all doing well and in good health. Organic agriculture presents a myriad of solutions for the world's growing number of problems, from pollution to hunger to inequality, and even our health is affected, and others, many more. As such, many countries have been promoting organic agriculture with their laws and grants, including our country. In the Republic Act 10068, or the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010, and the Executive Order number 481, organic agriculture is defined as all agricultural systems that promote the ecologically sound, socially acceptable, economically viable, and technically feasible production of food and fibers. These systems take local soil fertility as a key to successful production by respecting the natural capacity of plants, animals, and the landscape. It aims to optimize quality in all aspects of agriculture and the environment. Organic agriculture is based on the principles of health, ecology, fairness, and care. On the health, we should sustain and enhance the health of the soil, plant, animal, human, and the planet as one and indivisible. In ecology, organic agriculture should be based on living ecological systems and cycles. On fairness, organic agriculture should build on relationships that ensure fairness with regard to the common environment and life opportunities. And of course, in care, organic agriculture should be managed in a proportionary and responsible manner to protect the health and well-being of current and future generations and the environment. We will find out more about the practices and principles of organic organizations as we go along this webinar. Again, I thank everyone in attendance for joining us in this Organic Agriculture Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. My dear friends, we are very happy and lucky because you're able to give your time to us this afternoon's webinar series on agriculture. Maraming salamat po. In Bicol, we say, Diyos mabalus po sa Indogabos. And now, friends, we come now graduate of the Armed Forces of the Philippines of the House of Representatives.
The pandemic has offered us the opportunity for reflection on the importance of food security livelihood to a large segment of our population. According to the latest United Nations estimates, almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, up by 10 million from 2018, and by nearly 60 million in 5 years. At the end of 2019, 135 million people across 55 countries and territories were estimated to be experiencing crisis levels of acute food insecurity. We are at high risk of significant insecurity. Our country relies heavily on food imports. The Department of Agriculture in March 2020 announced the likelihood of severe rice shortages due to rice export bans instituted by Vietnam. The fear of rice shortages has resulted in significant spikes in farming activity along the rice food commodity chains. Also, due to rising energy costs, which translate into expensive fertilizers, our food producers might not be able to plant enough this year, and this will translate into a lack of food in 2022. Additionally, vulnerable groups such as our small-scale farmers, our fisher folks, were hindered from working in their land and caring for their livestock or fishing. They also face challenges accessing markets to sell their products or buying essential inputs. Informal laborers were hard hit by job and income losses in harvesting and processing. We are on the front line of an impending COVID-19 driven food crisis, and we need to act now. Our food the pandemic is making things worse. We need to trigger food systems transformation. I would like to touch on 3 aspects: sustainable and healthy diets for all, food systems transformation, such as a transition to organic farming or a focus on healthy soils and regenerative farming systems. And third, local economies. First, we need to achieve sustainable and healthy diets for all, ensuring availability, accessibility, affordability to sufficient and nutritionally adequate food, while at the same time ensuring that production, processing, distribution, and consumption do not impact climate and the environment negatively. As an example, I've shifted to a more plant-based diet. I've also been mindful of the food I eat. It is usually the food I've organically grown in my own backyard. And for several years now, I have reduced my meat consumption and increased my consumption of fresh fruits, organic vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and even seeds. More importantly, I am conscious about food waste. Most of what I eat do not end up in the trash bin, but as compost. My consumption choices reduce the direct negative impact on the environment, and it benefits my health too. Second, we need to rethink our food systems. The COVID-19 emergency has exposed the fragility of our current system. If you remember, even if our farmers planted and harvested food, there was a shortage as we lacked the workforce and had no efficient transport to move the food from the remote planting areas of Baguio and even Mindanao to the cities. What we have are long and distant supply chains, a preference for unhealthy processed food, and are heavily reliant on imports. We urgently need to move from environmentally exploitative farming to regenerative practices. Last year, at the height of the first enhanced community quarantine, farmers and vegetable producers in Antique had a dilemma on how to sell their produce when transportation was restricted and the communities were in lockdown. The provincial government and my office decided to purchase these vegetables, which we distributed to families whose incomes were affected. This project, which we called Pagkaon para sa Tanan, was a precursor of the community pantries that have sprouted in different parts of the country. A robust food system implies that agricultural practices contribute to the preservation of the environment and to a reduction of the impact on climate change, possibly by converting food systems from net emitters to sinks of CO2. Supply chains would also have to be redesigned to make room for biodiversity and watersheds. In organic agriculture, this means decreasing reliance on external inputs, diversification of crops, and for regenerative systems, the integration of livestock into crop farming. Organic should be the new paradigm for agriculture, where we rely on the ecological relationships to regulate the production instead of the heavy use of fossil fuels and even synthetic inputs. Yields from organic agriculture could be nearly as high as those from conventional agriculture, and all without using huge quantities of toxic pesticides and synthetic fertilizers. Research suggests that organic agricultural yields would grow by 50%, thus increasing local access to food and reducing food imports. We need to use the same piece of land for multiple crop layers to maximize both space and topsoil and increase the resilience from pests due to the variety. Which brings me to the third aspect, local economies. Zero hunger can only be achieved by increasing access to food, not just by increasing the yield. We need to guarantee that communities have access to nutritious food and food sovereignty. The way forward is smallholder agriculture, family farming, or backyard gardening. Continuously productive crops like nut trees and berries also offer disaster risk reduction and good solid nutrition and are the staples of restoration agriculture. Annual crops like rice can be supplemented, as our ancestors did during wartime, with food trees that are nutrient-packed, resistant to extreme weather, and require less labor and inputs. During the COVID-19 crisis, international trade was disrupted. Shorter supply chains, local sourcing, and stronger urban-rural relationships would provide more resilience in times of crisis rather than relying only on international trade. The crisis has urged us more than ever to explore and identify shorter supply chains and meeting local demand. My province of Antique used to supply Boracay with its watermelons. Even before the pandemic, Boracay was closed for rehabilitation for 6 months. We continue to raise watermelons along with other crops on the same land and still be secure despite such happenings. Organic agriculture is an opportunity to commercialize smallholder agriculture. Considering that 75% of the poor live on the land and most are farmers or farm workers, it is in smallholder agriculture where the future lies to increase the food supply right where it is needed. The fact that poor farmers often live in areas where there are few employment alternatives and agricultural inputs are not supplied makes organic agriculture a unique alternative for local food. If small producers make this shift, they will have additional income, generating opportunities while encouraging local food supply and ensuring food security. Governance in the food supply chain is key to sustainable food security. I've advocated for the passage of laws on urban food gardens, seed libraries even, and regenerative agriculture. I've pushed for the passage of food-based livelihood assistance. House Bill 8385, the Integrated Urban Agriculture Act, which I co-authored, has been passed on third reading in the House of Representatives. The law seeks to promote, institutionalize urban agriculture as a sustainable land use system. This shall address hunger incidents in the country by utilizing idle lands and small spaces to plant and produce food in the community. Additionally, urban farming promotes self-sufficiency by teaching the public to produce their own food at the comfort of their homes or in their respective communities. I'm also a co-author of the Rural Farm Schools Act under Republic Act 10618 that calls for the establishment of rural farm schools to provide alternative delivery mode of secondary education. The proliferation of rural farm schools in the country will sustain progress in the agriculture sector and will address the aging agriculture workforce that may ultimately affect our agriculture productivity and our food security. Farm schools and home gardens that cultivate traditional plants and animal breeds offer a promising option for improving the nutritional status of people both in the rural and urban areas. Such systems greatly contribute to food availability, the safety of our children, the nutritional status of our families. These farm schools can also encourage the youth to take up the most essential of labors, farming, doing so with ecological design, proven traditional practices, cutting-edge technology, as well as a dignity and pride. And today is a unique opportunity to undertake a new course in sustainable food production, processing, distribution, and consumption, and in the prevention of food loss and food waste. We urgently need to transform our food systems to protect the most vulnerable, to keep our food supply chains alive and healthy, to mitigate the pandemic's impacts, to protect food production, and especially create more resilient systems. If the government provides adequate support and intervention in the organic agriculture sector, especially for small and new farmers, we are not only providing income and livelihood, but the support they receive will equate to a more bountiful harvest and lower production costs and greater purchasing power in the hands of many. And this is a definite anti-poverty measure as well as an economic boon. There is still a lot to be done, and this is why I will continue to push for laws that will establish a conducive policy environment and build capacities for farmers, gardeners, aquaculturists, forest dwellers, consumers, and business communities within the organic food model. Our government should invest in human resource development and skills training in organic agriculture. We also need to integrate organic agriculture with national agricultural development plans and poverty reduction strategies, especially for vulnerable groups and marginal areas. National agricultural and rural development budgets should allocate resources for organic agriculture development. Local organic systems can be enhanced by buying local organic produce to supply public institutions such as schools and hospitals. I stand in defense of the environment, biodiversity, animal welfare, and small-scale farmers. Organic agriculture promotes a model for agriculture that puts emphasis on local agriculture, short distribution chains, and closed local cycles of production and consumption. It is a model that prioritizes soil fertility, the presence of people in the rural areas, and the protection of biodiversity. It is therefore incumbent upon us to come together to take leadership in the effort to promote food security and the health of the environment and our people. Once again, thank you. Isang lunti ang Pilipinas sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
1998, tandang-tanda ko pa, nang magsimula ang aking political career, nahalal bilang freshman senator sa 11th Congress, rank number 1. Napasa akin ko ang mahigit sa kalahati ng total na national votes. Pinakabatang senator at isa sa 2 natatanging female senators nung panahon na yon. Ngunit ito'y hindi isang posisyon na inihain at ibinigay na lamang sa akin. Pinagpawisan at pinagpaguran ko ang karangalang ito. Mahabang sakripisyo at matagal kong pinaghandaan ang gawaing alam kong para sa akin. Simula pa man ay nais ko nang maglingkod. Taus-puso kong hangad maging isang public servant, ang makamit at makapagdulot ng tunay at makabuluhang gawain. At noon pa man ay may mga usapin at issues na matimbang sa aking puso. Ako'y naglingkod bilang chairperson para sa mga komite ng Environment at Economic Affairs. Bago pa man ako umabot sa edad na 40, ako'y hinirang bilang isa sa mga global leaders for tomorrow sa World Economic Forum sa Davos, Switzerland. Iginawa din sa akin ang United Nations Environment Program Award sa Turin, Italy noong 2001. Lahat ng ito habang ako'y patuloy na nagsusulong ng mga batas na layuning mangalaga sa karapatang pambabae at pangkabataan tulad ng Anti-Domestic Violence Act, Anti-Child Labor Law at ang Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act. Ako rin ang pangunahing nagsulong upang maging batas ang Ecological Solid Waste Management Act. Pagdating ng 2001, ako ay nahalal bilang Senate Majority Floor Leader. Ang kauna-unahan at natatanging babaeng nagkamit ng posisyon na ito. Patuloy akong nagsikap bilang isang mambabatas. At noong 2007 ay muling nakamit ang number 1 senator position. Napasa akin ang pinakamaraming boto at kinilala bilang bukod tanging woman senator na nagkamit ng top position sa Senate race twice. Tuloy-tuloy sa paglilingkod, tuloy sa pagiging mambabatas at tuloy sa mas marami pang advokasya. At noong 14th Congress, ako'y namuno bilang chairperson ng mga sumusunod na komite. Ngunit walang patid at walang humpay ang aking gawain bilang mambabatas. Kaya't sa sumunod na 12 taon, patuloy akong naglingkod bilang senador sa 15th, 16th at 17th Congress ng Pilipinas. Kasabay pa rin ito ang aking pagsusulong sa mga advokasyang malapit sa aking puso. Patuloy akong namuno sa mga komite sa climate change, foreign relations, finance at cultural communities. Buong puso kong pinagmamalaki ang aking mga narating bilang isang mambabatas. Ngunit higit pa sa mga batas na aking sinulong, walang kapagurang pinapagpatuloy ko ang aking mga personal na advokasya. Noong 2009, pinamunuan ko ang matagumpay na pagsasabatas ng landmark Philippine Climate Change Act. At noong June ng taong yun, ako'y naghatid ng keynote speech sa Forum on the Human Impact of Climate Change sa Geneva. At patuloy akong nang hikayat na magsulong ng makabagong pananaw sa governance upang masagot ang lumalaking panganib sa climate disaster. Doon ay nilunsad ang aking Legarda Doctrine, isang bagong development thinking at holistic development philosophy ayon sa sustainable at equitable socio-economic ecosystems of governance. Pagdating ng Disyembre ng parehong taon, ako'y nagsalita tungkol sa climate change sa United Nations Climate Change Conference sa Copenhagen. At personal nang nag-udyok sa mga mambabatas ng mga ibang bansa na magsulong ng mga batas para tumugon sa mga climate change issues. Ako rin ay matagal nang nagsusulong sa pagpapanatili ng ating national identity at culture at ng ancestry ng mga indigenous peoples. Naigawad sa akin ang mga sumusunod na titulo mula sa iba't ibang katutubo at indigenous peoples groups. Ako rin ang pangunahing nagsulong sa pagbabalik ng bansa sa prestigious na Venice Biennale, ang Olympics ng contemporary art world, matapos ang 51 years na walang partisipasyon. Sa gitna ng mga ito ay patuloy ko pa rin pinananagutan ang aking hangaring maglingkod. Ang damdamin ko'y nag-uumapaw at taus-puso akong nagpapasalamat sa mga tumulong sa akin itong mga nakalipas na taon. Hinding-hindi ko malilimutan ang mga taong nagtiwala, nagsakripisyo, ako'y habang buhay na magpapasalamat. Ngunit mahigit pa sa lahat ng aking narating, hindi pa sa mga batas na isinulong at sa mga komite na pinamunuan, maging sa mga awards at mga parangal na iginawad sa akin. Ako'y buong pusong nagagalak sa tuwing maaalala sa isipan ang ngiti ng mga taong aking naabot. Ang mga kabataan, kababaihan, mga mag-anak at komunidad, mga katutubo, magsasaka, mangingisda, at ang mga minamaliit at hindi man lamang binibigyan ng halaga. Ang damdamin ko'y patuloy nilang naaantig. Sila'y nagbibigay halaga at kabuluhan sa lahat ng aking gawain. Patuloy akong nauudyok magsumikap at walang pagod ay pagpatuloy ang bukod tanging karangalang makapaglingkod. Ako po ang inyong abang lingkod, Loren Legarda.
To our very dear Lauren Legarda, we, the local farmers, are very, very happy about your passion for agriculture as a strategy to sustain food security. Thank you so much for helping us, the local and the small farmers of the country, because we know for a fact that with agriculture, we have a high hope of sustaining the growth and development in our country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Loren Legarda. And now, friends, we give you another very strong pillar in the field of agriculture. He is a champion of the poor, especially the small farmers and fisher folk. He was awarded a 10 Outstanding Young WEM or the Young Men or the TOIM of the Philippines. And in 2016, he was awarded the Outstanding Filipino Award in cognizance of his servant's leadership, which was instrumental in transforming the International Crops Research Institute for the semi-arid tropics from a struggling institute to one of the top performing centers of the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. My dear friends, we give you the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, none other than the Honorable Dr. William D. Dar, our guest speaker.
Good day to all. As we celebrate the 7th Organic Agriculture Month, it is important to understand and learn the impacts and benefits of the best practices of organic agriculture. The role of agriculture is vital and crucial in a country's economic development. It is considered as the backbone of the state's economic system. In addition to providing food and raw materials, it provides employment opportunities to a very large percentage of the population. However, conventional farming impacts negatively on the environment and human health. It produces heavy decline in soil productivity due to loss of soil organic matter and causes increased greenhouse gas emissions, soil erosion, water pollution, and threatens human health. In time, conventional farming has been heavily criticized for causing biodiversity loss, soil erosion, and increased water pollution, the abuse on the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. We have also to recognize that the strategy in the use of these agricultural inputs must be judicious use of such inputs is necessary so that we sustain and continue to protect the environment and sustain the increases in productivity. So these problems that have been mentioned gave rise to a clamor for an alternative farming and agriculture system that is safe to human health, ecologically sustainable, and environment friendly. The practices of organic agriculture greatly consider environmental and social impacts by prioritizing the health and welfare of the farmers, its consumers, and the environment. Our esteemed panel of speakers joining us today will provide us a better and more comprehensive discussion on the best practices of organic agriculture. But I would like to mention that we are implementing, the whole of DA is implementing in partnership with the local government units a balanced fertilization management strategy, including that of, balanced use of pesticide strategy. So these are in place, and we hope everyone would be guided accordingly. I assure you, a very fruitful discourse on the different approaches and practices that we can best achieve with organic farming. Before I end, I'd like to thank the United Nations Associations of the Philippines for your efforts in promoting organic agriculture. There is needs for organic agriculture. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary Dr. William Dar of the Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much, sir. We, the local farmers, are thanking you for the many programs and projects for the benefit of the farmers of the country. Thank you so much. We are benefiting so much from your programs and projects. And the whole country, the whole farmers are very happy about your achievements as the secretary. My dear friends, we now move on to our panel discussions. And we have several panel discussants. The first one is a lady speaker. She uses her passion in art and culture to transform this farming community into a destination spot for food, music, travel, and crafts. And she was the first woman farmer and owner in the area, and possibly in the entire island, to farm organically. She is, of course, an inspiration and the hope to some students in Camarines Sur, where she provides livelihood, supports education and scholarships, and she manages and organizes art exhibits. So she is a culturally inclined lady. She welcomes some Philippine dignitaries and other local followers in her exotic farm bed and breakfast. And she lives in a bahay na bato, house of rock, which is also a venue of eclectic art, poetry, and book events. And because of this, in the year 2008, she was awarded the Department of Agriculture's Most Outstanding Rural Woman. She's a very busy woman who never fails to show her passion in life. My dear friends, the founder and the owner of the famous farm in Camarines Sur, which is called Mi Granja a la Huerta de Rosario, located in Santa Teresita, Baao, Camarines Sur. My beautiful friend, we call her Miss Bidi Bidi, Madame Bernadette de los Santos, owner, agripreneur of the Mi Granja a la Huerta de Rosario. Hello there, Bernadette.
Hi, Doctora. Thank you
Yes.
very much. That was quite a lengthy introduction. Sorry kung nabore yung ibang nakikinig.
No,
But
not at
yeah,
all.
what
We are very
Doctora has
happy to
mentioned.
hear.
Thank you for welcoming me again for the second time in this series of webinars sponsored by the UN Association of the Philippines. This time, the story I'm going to share now or today is similar to the story I shared a month ago when we celebrated the rural women. I strongly believe that organic farming is not just limited to farming per se. It's a holistic, like what the president of the UNAP mentioned in his welcome remarks earlier. It is a holistic approach in living or in our lifestyle. So I will again share with you the Bidi Bidi story as it is known, and what I am doing here or practicing here in Baao, Camarines Sur that promotes the organic lifestyle. Okay, so the the activity or the enterprise is called Bidi Bidi Enterprise. And if you notice, the tagline is agriculture, because I strongly believe that meaning agriculture, cannot be separated from the culture of the people in our community. So Bidi Bidi Enterprise is involved in 3 separate and distinct entrepreneurial activities, but each of them support each other so that when one activity slows down, then another one will take its place for its sustainability. Next po. If not all of you are aware where Baao is located 480 kilometers south of Manila. That's from kilometer 0, which is in Luneta. And we are composed of 30 barangays with a population of more or less 60,000. mostly activities here being undertaken by the people of Baaw is in agriculture. So karamihan po sa amin ay magsasaka, nagtatanim ng mga gulay, at nagte-trade din ng mga gulay at ng iba pang mga agricultural products. And Baaw being in Camarines Sur and being along the typhoon belt na tinatawag, every time there's a weather disturbance, we always get hit. So when I started farming in 2004, that was the time I came back from the US, it was quite a shock because I was not professionally ready to take farming, but because it was my passion, I felt I didn't have a choice but to go into farming. Okay, next please. So with the trainings that the Department of Agriculture, and I personally thank the Department of Agriculture for honing the passion of farmer enthusiasts to be good at farming. So I took the chance of learning how to farm and established Migranja at La Huerta de Rosario in 2004. That was the year that I came back from the US. And that was also the year that my mom passed away. So like what I said earlier, the enterprise is composed of 3 distinct entrepreneurial activities, one of which is the farming, which is at La Huerta de Rosario. Another one is at Bidi Cafe, where I am here now, just beside the wall. And the FARM, which is the training arm of the enterprise that offers skills training to women especially those who are wives of farmers. Because my experience here in Baaw, Camarines Sur, I realized that the main reason for farmers staying below poverty line is the fact that from the time that they plant the crops to the time that they are ready for harvest, we don't really have productive activities that we can earn from. So we the farmers resort to borrowing money, and when we reach the harvest period, that's the time that we use whatever we earn from the harvest to pay our debts. So nagiging pong parang vicious cycle siya. So it was also this time when I started farming that this great realization has awakened my my love or my passion to teach women and to practice the crafts that I know. Next po. So in 2004, I established La Huerta de Rosario. It is in a 4-hectare farm along the Maharlika Highway in Santa Teresita, Baaw, Camarines Sur. So if you see in the photos being shown in my slide, it is a farm that is, we produce vegetables. Mostly, we produce the lowland vegetables, meaning the pinakbet vegetables. But unlike other farms, I made sure that my farm is beautiful or well landscaped. Not necessarily using imported plants. I believe in using local and ordinary plants in quotation marks to beautify the farm. It was also the reason why one of the reasons why I made sure that my farm is charming and very inviting is because I knew from facts or from data from the Department of Agriculture that the average age of our farmers is in the senior ages already. So it was quite alarming to know and note that the youth are not interested to go into farming because they see farming or agriculture as one endeavor that will not make them financially or will not make them rich, if that is the right term. So my first step in, and I can consider one of the best practices that I observed in living organically, was to make sure that the farm was interesting and active enough to invite young farmers. Next. So as you can see in the photos, it's a small land holding, 4 hectares lang po siya. And so we don't need big machineries. In fact, the Department of Agriculture is very open to assist farmers who need machineries. But in my case, because it's just a small land holding, we prefer to use the old style. We use the carabao to plow the fields para very minimum lang ang intrusion natin sa soil. So nakikita nyo, that's how we practice our farming then. So because the farm was known to be conducive for learning also, it has become a venue for me teaching students the joy and the proper way of farming. I had numerous guests, both local and international. Some of the photos show even the college students taking dentistry in Manila would visit the farm to observe and study ginger, turmeric, those crops that they were experimenting on in treating the dentures of their patients. So you can see, I made sure that I know what I was talking about when I say that I was farming and practicing the organic way of farming, because people would come and really ask me, and I have to show them how it is done. So it was not just talk. I was actually walking my talk. So even farmers, I noticed when I engaged myself in farming that old-time farmers, yun pong mga mas nakakatanda sa akin, kasi bata pa naman ako, yung mas nakakatanda sa akin, and those who have been in farming for a longer time than I had been, would not easily believe that this is the proper way to farm. Parang meron din silang set of protocol or practices na they think that gives them the best yield, because they look at as the harvest that they get. They do not look at treating the soil good as one of the benefits. Ang alam lang po nila, ang pinagkakakitaan lang nila ay yung pag-aani, na mag-harvest na sila kunwari ng ampalaya o ng talong. Yun lang ang alam nila. Hindi nila i-consider na yung pag-aalaga sa soil, which is the key to organic lifestyle, ay napaka-importante para mabawasan, o kung hindi man maalis, totally mabawasan ang paggamit ng inorganic inputs. Okay, next. So medyo nahirapan po akong i-introduce yung lifestyle na to, kasi may mga objections sila. They look at farming, to earn from farming, they want a maximum yield. So talagang binubuhusan nila ng mga inorganic fertilizers. Kung may makita silang kaunting insekto, kailangang isprayin kaagad, yung ganon. So in the photos that you see above, we were introducing earwigs. They are insects also, but they are beneficial insects. So the reason behind that is that these beneficial insects will be fighting with the non-beneficial insects. So nagkakaroon ng balance. Kaya nga may balance of nature pag hindi natin pinapakialaman. So we don't really need to use pesticides. Another thing that we do at the farm is plant flowering plants like the marigold, the lemongrass, which are known to be insect repellents. So all these things that I have been doing at the farm, some of them I learned from the trainings that I got from the Department of Agriculture. But I would also like to stress that you will learn all these things when you are keen in observing. Kasi po, doon pa lang sa pamumuhay natin sa atin ang tawag, or sa farm, makikita mo na with your very own eyes how nature behaves, or how nature takes care of itself. So we just have to have an open eyes, mind, and heart to know na meron na siyang sariling sistema eh. Hindi na natin siya kailangang pakialaman. Kung if our main goal is to really get rich in farming, I think and I believe na we have to really know and believe that the secret is in the soil. So we have to take care of the soil. And we destroy the lives or the living organisms in the soil when we apply a lot of inorganic inputs. So the photos, you can see I volunteered my farm to be the nursery for coconut planting. I'm a coco-fed scholar po, kaya anak po talaga ako ng magsasaka. I was sent to Ateneo de Manila University with a coco-fed scholarship. So when we were ravaged by a typhoon in 2013 or 14 yata yun, the coconut industry here in the Rinconada area was totally destroyed, and the PCA was looking for a farm where they can start growing seedlings, coconut seedlings. So I volunteered my farm. I didn't ask for any payment. I stopped producing vegetables for a while. I think it was for a year, so that the PCA could start producing the coconut seedlings. After a year, dinistribute ko yung mga coconut seedlings. Kaya ngayon, ang coconut industry dito sa Rinconada area, medyo nakabangon na because of that. I'm trying to point a thing here that it is not always you or us making money from our farm. There comes a point in time that we have to give back. We always have to give back to the farm or to the soil, so that it will be parang ano lang yun eh, parang isinasauli lang natin yung grasya na kukuha natin sa paggamit ng soil. Kailangan alagaan din natin ang soil. So, excuse me po. So there, kung makikita niyo sa picture din, napakaraming estudyante ng local college dito, yung CBSUA. They've always made La Huerta de Rosario as their hands-on practice. Pagka agriculture ang course nila, they are sent to my farm. I house and feed them, and in return, I teach them how to farm with kindness or with the heart. I totally believe na hindi lang po yung pag-burn natin ng mga kung ano-ano, ang farming ay isang malaking aspeto kung bakit ang ating klima or ang ating weather or ang ating naturalesa ay nasisira po eh. So, very conscious po ako doon, kaya I welcome students so that I can teach them the proper way. And I learned all this, like what I said earlier, with the trainings I got from the DA and from personal observation, from living the life of a farmer. Next po. So, I also believe that being a holistic, organic lifestyle or organic living is a holistic approach in life. So, hindi lang siya i-address mo sa mga farmers na meron na ng sariling mga patakaran sa pag-farm. I so believe na as young as school kids, we have to introduce the proper way of farming. So, naging venue din po siya for elementary kids. And I've always been open and available to share my experience with them. So, somehow, they look at farming as an exciting activity. And I would not be surprised if some of them really go into farming. Kasi po, hindi naman lahat, pero marami sa mga estudyanteng nakapunta sa farm ko, may mga kanya-kanyang lupain din. So, that is my hope and na maka-inspire ako ng kids to go into farming. So, not only about farming ay tinuturo namin sa farm, we also teach the kids art lessons. Holistic nga po, I will always say this word. It's a holistic approach in living, so you don't only take care of the food that you eat. Kasi yung iba po kasi when they claim that they love organic, ang gusto lang nila bumili ng organically grown rice or organically grown vegetables. But when they go home, yung practice nila hindi bagay sa pagiging organic living. So kailangang maging mausisa tayo or mag-research tayo paano talaga ang pagiging pagmumuhay na organically. Okay, next. One of the three aspects of what I'm doing is the FARM. Like what I said earlier, I realized that one of the reasons why farmers remain at the poverty line, if not below the poverty line economically, is because they don't have any productive activities between planting and harvesting. So I have been proposing to different agencies who would listen to me, and luckily the DA and the DSWD listened to me. And so I started teaching the wives of farmers the art and skill of hand embroidery since 2015. So now, these wives of farmers, from zero income, I can safely say that they are now earning at least 300 per day. And in Bicol Camarines Sur, that's a big help to a simple farming family. So nagkaroon pa po sila ng skill, and I from the time that I taught them the skill of hand embroidery, ako na po ang bumibili ng mga gawa nila. So para ma-encourage sila na mag-practice ng kanilang natutunan na skill, lahat na products ko po, being a designer and an owner of a brand, sila na po ang pinapagawa ko. Kaya continuous po yung activities nila. Walang tigil po. In fact, ngayon kahit pandemic, busy po kami. Next. When you engage women, especially the wives of farmers, in any productive skill like sewing or hand embroidery, sa una, they would feel na kaunti lang naman ang kinikita nila. Of course, because they're not very efficient in what they do sa start ng kanilang pagbuburda kunwari. But as they participate in what I'm doing in the enterprise, as they do the skills that I've taught them how to do, they become good at it. And of course, the pay or the remuneration, sorry po. Bibigyan ka na lang siya. Papadala ko link. Sorry po. So, as they become better in the skills that they've learned, of course, they earn more. Like, for example, ang akin na pong mga magbuburda ngayon, they can earn as much as 500 per day. And not everybody who's not gone to college can earn that much here in Bicol Camarines Sur. So makikita niyo sa pictures na marunong silang magtahi, and ang tinatahi nila is environment friendly kasi mga upcycled denim siya. So again, it is living organically because you don't add to the problem of garbage. Kasi yun din ang isang problema na, especially sa amin kasi third class municipality sa amin, yung garbage collection facility namin, hindi naman talaga marunong pang mag-recycle o mag-upcycle. In fact, wala din kaming nabanggit ni Senator Villar na mga composting facilities. Wala po kaming ganon. So, kailangan matuto sila na on our end, kahit na kami mga simple women o mga simple housewives sila, marunong silang mag-upcycle, mag-recycle, and mag-reuse. So yun po ang isang itinuturo ko sa mga kababaihan na kasama dito po sa sa Bidi-Bidi Enterprise. Next. Ma'am, Doktora, please tell me if I'm too long already. Okay, so you can also see from the pictures that we buy almost all, not all, but a lot of ukay-ukay denim pants. That's what we deconstruct, and with the deconstructed fabric, we make patchworks and we turn them into beautiful products. So you can see the bags that we make, they are made from upcycled denim, and the colorful ones are made from upcycled ordinary dresses from yung pinaglumaan na nating mga tela. So I also do a lot of patchwork. In fact, ngayon maraming nag-order sa akin na quilts. So ang kaya ko to kailangang ibanggitin kasi gusto kong sabihin, when you teach skills to these women, they gain more confidence. So the pictures below would show you that mothers would bring their kids to our shop. Even newly born babies. So when I was showing these pictures at my FB page, a lot of my writer friends volunteered to read for the kids. They wanted to encourage the kids to start reading and to love reading. So ganun po. And sa farm naman where we were making this sewing, I made sure that mothers feeding their kids would have the privacy of a space where they can nurse their kids. Next. Excuse me. So being a holistic approach in living, there's a lot of aspects in our rural women that I have to touch and I have to introduce, like education. Halos po wala po silang anak na napapaaral sa college kasi nga po yung income nila from farming is very low. So I made sure that I set aside a portion of the profit from the enterprise, and I've sent a lot of excuse me Bao kids to college. And so another thing that I taught them is to save. Excuse me. I've learned that because they only earn a little amount. Excuse me. Jeremy, tubig raw tabi. So that's one aspect that I wanted to teach them, to set aside a portion of their income and save. So to encourage them, whatever amount they save, I put the same equal amount so that it doubles. Excuse me. So yeah, those are the practices that I've taught the women here in Bajo Camarines Sur, and I believe that teaching them all these values have created the living or practicing of organic. Kasi po, pag may pera yung mga, especially yung mga nanay, they would not choose to buy kunwari yung mga instant na pagkain for their kids. So they have better choices because that's the power of money. You get to choose healthier food. So we are actually producing a healthier community with teaching them how to live a holistic lifestyle. Okay, next. Excuse me. Oh my God. So we also engage people into arts. I'm an artist, so I paint. Most of the paintings you see on the screen are my artworks. But I want to share them with the women I work with. Kasi po, naniniwala ako na hindi lang po tayo body or physical beings. We are soul. We are made of the physical body and the spiritual side of our personhood. So, and I believe na yung art ay that takes care of the spiritual side. So we make sure that the women here at the BDBD Enterprise are encouraged to have their own creativity. So if the designs that we're making now, I don't dictate on them the colors that they are going to use. So what I do is just give them the design and allow them to use the color palette that they feel that they can come up with at a particular point in time. So kung makikita niyo yung mga products ko, o yung nakikita niyo ngayon mga paintings ko that are very colorful, yung mga products namin that are being made by by the women that I taught how to sew and embroider are also very colorful. Next. Oh God. Next. We have the Bidi Bidi Cafe that serves the dishes using ingredients from the farm. Isa po yun doon sa tatlong circle nga na ipinakita ko sa inyo. And we address all the aspects of pagkabuhay or pagkatao. We teach music. We teach them how to cook healthy food. And we encourage them to go out and dine with the families. So sa paniniwala ko po, ang atake po sa organic farming ay isa lang na aspeto sa organic living. It's a lifestyle, and we have to be conscious in choosing activities that will assert or maintain our claim that we are living organically. Next. That's the chart of the income that from zero income to the amount on the right side. That was recorded in 2019. Medyo siguro na-maintain lang yan, if not bumaba. Hindi naman bumaba, na-maintain lang. Medyo hindi tumaas because of the pandemic. We had a lot of cancellation of orders, but luckily we pivoted right away when the pandemic hit, that we somehow thrived. And up to now, we are doing good. Next. So that is yan po, parang ripple effect yan eh. When you do something good, like introduce a skill to a rural woman, pasunod-sunod po ang positive effect niyan. And ultimately, the whole community benefits from the good thing that you did. Next. Oh my God. Okay, so I always get asked, why women? Why only women? Actually, it's not only women, but most of the members of my enterprise are women. So that they can earn. Oh my God. Next. So that's the whole thing. The three activities. Next. Oh my God. Next, please. This is now the new development at the farm. After the typhoon that hit me last year, I've rebuilt it, made some pavements, and we are now ready to on 10-year-old forest. And I have an orchard part that I hope guests would enjoy walking under the trees. Okay, next. Next po. Ito po yung latest pictures sa farm. Yung iba po medyo a year or two ago. So we have local fruit-bearing trees. I believe in propagating these trees because they attract a lot of other creatures. Marami pong ibon sa farm ko dahil dyan sa mga nakatanim doon. Meron tayong kamgom or kamagong, may bignay, may atswete. So all the produce or the crops that we harvest from the farm, we use in the cafe that we have. Next. And the very last slide is the greenhouse that I recently built. So we are hoping to grow greens here, salad greens. And the right photos show you the space where I will be doing permaculture. It's always been my not dream but goal to make the farm as self-sustaining and self-efficient. So with permaculture, that's the way to do it. So yes, thank you. I think that's it. I survived. Thank you, Doctora.
Unmute myself. Okay. So thank you
Doctora,
so
thank
much.
you. Sorry, I was coughing all the time. I have a dry throat. So medyo makati po.
Yeah, that's the consequence of prolonged talking.
Yes, opo.
You just be ready with a glass of water every time you speak, so you can wet your
Yes. Thank you
throat.
for that.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Bidi. We hope that one day we'll be able to have a farm tour, and that will include your farm.
Yes, please do that.
And we are very happy to know that there are so many developments in your farm. And ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen, I would like to add to my introduction about Bidi. She is now an internationally known agripreneur. You did not mention about your agricultural undertakings, Miss Bidi.
I was given po the APEC award in 2017 when we were in Vietnam. I received the APEC Best Green Economy Award from the Russian government.
Oh, you see, that's good. That's an accomplishment for the Philippines.
Thank you po.
Thank you very much. And now,
Okay.
friends, we shall listen to a gentleman, a farm owner. He organized the farm called AM Nature's Farm. He is the owner, and this learning site for agriculture is now upgraded into the School for Practical Agriculture. He's also in Camarines Sur. He stays in the same province as that of Miss Bidi. And he is a farmer trainer. He is a resource person in many agricultural trainings conducted by the Agricultural Training Institute. So my dear friends, may I give you the past secretary of the Bicol Association of Learning Sites in Agriculture, also known by its name, BALSA, Mr. Albert Calooy. Albert, to talk on organic agriculture benefits and values. Go ahead, Albert, it's your turn. Mute, unmute, Albert. Host, please unmute Albert.
Hello.
Yeah, you're in. Good. Proceed.
Okay, good. Okay. For today's topic, okay, thank you very much for the invitation of the United Nation Association in the Philippines, especially to our organizer, the very best Madam Chair Monet Bustamante Reneses. Okay, I'm going to tackle about the organic agriculture benefits and value. Nakita niyo po yung screen? Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much. Okay. So by the way, I am Alberto M. Caluoy, the owner of the AM Nature's Farm, located in Hiwakoy, Goa, Camarines Sur. And so far, I am the president of the Goa Agri-Producers and Processors Association, in which we already have many components learning sites for agriculture. Okay, my topic is about the benefits and value of the organic agriculture. Number one, about reduces pesticide and chemical residue and soil. Of course, organic farming minimizes the use of pesticides and chemicals, thereby reducing the major environmental issues. Okay, it ensures the health of soil, water, air, and flora and fauna. Also reduces the major environmental issues like soil erosion, air pollution, and water pollution. It's very simple. Uh, Organic farming is the other phase of the chemical farming. So in our farm, we uses this kind of foliars. We prepare this very own foliars on our own. As you can see in the picture, we have there the soaking solution. We use this actually, we use this seeds. Sometimes if organic OPP seeds is not available, we use this hybrid, of course. But we do the washing so that the seeds should be treated by washing it, by soaking it in a solution. So here, the next bottle is actually it's really a very challenging presentation since it's my laptop is low bat, so that's why we transfer to connections with electricity. By the way, the nutrient one is the next bottle, so it uses it for vegetative stage. Nutrient two for the change of phase, and the nutrient three for the reproductive stages. And we're in the another one is the nutrient four is for the maturity stages. As you can see, organic farming relies only for this kind of alternative means of providing the requirements of the plants. Wherein foliar fertilizers is easily produced in our farm. Okay, next. Are you following me, please? Hello. Okay, organic agriculture benefits and value. So organic farming fights against global warming. Study shows that continuous use of organic farming practices reduces the carbon dioxide content in air and helps in slow climate change. Of course, by using our available resources, we do the composting. And of course, in the farm, as you can see, in order for us to remove all the leftovers of our while we clean the area, so we put it in a garbage in a compost so that it will be processed ordinarily. But sometimes we also have the vermicomposting wherein I don't have a picture in my presentations. We do that in order for us to minimize the evaporations into the air of what we call that an elements that makes our what do you call this? Hello? Parang wala. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, your sound is very audible. It's clear.
Ay,
Oh, it's okay.
ma'am,
Just
thank you very much.
proceed.
Okay.
Okay.
In order for us, we do this collection of garbage to reduce the emission of heat that damage our ozone layer. Okay po. So next, organic farming ensures water conservation and control water pollutions. So due to the runoffs and leaching of pesticides and chemicals, the water reservoirs are getting polluted and killing many aquatic flora and fauna. Organic farming helps in keeping our water supplies unpolluted and clean by stopping polluted chemicals and pesticide runoff. So in this kind of situation, of course, in my nearby farm, they are practicing plantations of corn wherein they heavily treated the soil for chemicals and pesticides. So that's why in my farm, I used to practice organic farming in order for them to know that sometimes the way we do organic, we share a lot of experiences that sometimes we avoid getting infected by the pesticides being thrown in the air. For example, when my adjacent farm spray a lot of chemicals to his calamansi farm, wherein a lot of children suffer from inhaling those the effect of that chemical. They suffer from vomiting. So that's why I reported it in the DNR. So I guess that was being resolved after my report to the DNR. So okay. So again, the pesticides are getting in the reservoir. We're in reservoir. Of course, the water is going to the oceans, the sea, and there's a lot of fish that can kill of that kind of pesticide. So I guess in the next generation, they will encounter more organic farmer like us. Again, pesticide and chemical spray disturb in the soil the natural habitat, of course, of majority of the insects, birds, species, etc. On the contrary, organic farming helps in preserving the natural habitat along with encouraging birds and other natural predators to live happily in the farmland, which act like natural pest control. Okay, this is my farm. We are practicing integrated and diversified farming. That's why we introduce animals, chicken, and of course the rabbit and a pig. So we collect the manure, we put it in the compost. So we do that in our farm. Okay, organic farming encourages biodiversity. Dito po, organic farming reduces use of pesticides. Of course, hindi na po tayo gumagamit doon. Hindi tayo bumibili sa labas. Kung ano lang po yung available sa akin, yung po yung po ginagamit namin para gawin po siyang compost and ibigay po natin yung sa mga ating pananim. Okay, so we will maintain the ecological balance. Of course, by not putting any kinds of chemicals in our soil, we put balance in our environment. Okay, so as you can see, we have our culture of Apis mellifera, wherein it is introduced by me, by my friend from Quezon province. So it is a very successful now ventures in my farm. We do that, so we propagate that kind of bees in my farm. So pwede po kayong pumunta doon. So of course, inorganic agriculture, we value the practices wherein we adopt all the learnings coming from other organizations. The Go Agri Producers and Processors Association is being linked to the League of Organic Municipalities and Cities. So that's why we are enrolled. We are enrolled for training, and they are giving us lecture virtually like this. So that's why my co-farmers are adapting lectures coming from the LUMC. So we are very lucky that by that kind of linkages, we do a partnership with other farmers. So organic farmers is a very good advocacy. Okay, as you can see, this is my farm. We are already giving Organic Agriculture Production Institute to the farmers within residing in the municipality of Goa. Hopefully, by doing this, we share what we learn in our training. Of course, as a matter of fact, I'm not really a hardcore farmer. I came from the military in the Philippine Air Force. So after I resigned from the Air Force, so I go back to my place and I practice organic agriculture. So I'm very lucky to share at least 10 minutes of my lecture to you about organic agriculture benefits and value. Thank you very much, Madam. Have a nice day. And thank you for the United
Thank you so much.
Nation
Thank you so much, Albert
Association and the
Calooy.
Philippines. Okay po.
Albert Calooy, owner
Yes,
of
ma'am.
SPA
Okay.
of AM Nature's Farm. Just Mabalos, thank you very much. In spite of the very low connectivity in the area of Albert, he was still able to manage. He survived. Thank you, Calooy. Now we listen to our next speaker, who from the age of 12 started teaching farmers about intensive gardening, showing them how to plant crops instead of buying them. And from age 22 years on, she continued to remain inspired and passionate and driven to serving agriculture community in the Philippines. And her love for agriculture started when she kept reading a book that said, if you are poor, 100% of your money goes to food, 70% goes to rice, and 30% goes to what your partner with rice. And so with this book, our speaker was inspired and she founded the organization which is called Agrea International. She is the CEO and president. And the aim of Agrea is to create the first one island economy in the Philippines based on sustainable agriculture alone. My dear friends, the founder of the Agrea Farm School for Smallholders and Family Farms, who conducted educational programs based on farmers' needs, capacity, and resources since its opening in 2017 in Marinduque. I'm proud to present to you our next speaker, Miss Cherry Derry Atilano.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually here to talk about agriculture. And if you see, I'm kind of dressed up because a lot of us would see farming as so dusty, they're so dirty, they don't deserve a space on a stage. And if you observe, I'm wearing a 6 inches heels because it's a statement. When I walk on the ground and make holes, we can still plant corn after it. That's still food security, right? Um, when farming started 10,000 BC, I actually started farming just 20 years ago. So I started teaching farmers and working with farmers at the age of 12 because I grew up in a farm. So it's in my DNA and I embrace it. And I'm so happy that I actually just not finding passion in farming, but actually I found purpose in what I'm passionately love to do. I have a picture here of the first civilization and a gift of plow. Sumerian civilization is the first civilization that is very important in our history. Why? It's because the gift of plow is the first gift of God to man. When you have a first gift of God to man, which is plow, it means you're asked to farm. Meaning, farming and agriculture started civilization. And when we talk about farming and agriculture, farmers are very, very important. These are the people behind it, and I must say that farmers are the most resilient people on the planet. You know, in the Philippines, we have 20 to 21 typhoons every year. But if you see, after one typhoon, you can see a smiling farmer going to the field with his shovel and started planting again. That's resiliency it's all about. And I'm talking about here the civilization, it's because this is very important. You know, the first domestication of man is actually domestication of food and how we become more human and more civilized. And I have a question here. Have you asked yourself about this though? What if there were no farmers? You know, every day we enjoy the food we eat on our table. And sometimes the farmer is so intangible in the process. We don't see them. We don't see them farming our food. What we see is just the food in front of us. Oh, speaking about the food. You know, food is something that unites and excites everyone, especially if it's so delicious. Going home with my grandmother's cooking. It's so delicious though when you know that there's someone farming and producing your food ethically and in a good way. I'm putting here a face of a farmer, and it's very, very happy farmer, very humane, taking care of a carabao. It's because the farmers are the most important in the sector of agriculture. They are the spirit and the soul of the entire food production. It's not about not only the land and the seeds that we have, but it's really about the people behind it. I also put the face of a farmer here. Is so happy and so confident in his face. It's because all of us here in this room are so dependent in agriculture. It is not an option. It is also not a luxury. It is a need. What farmers are producing every day is a basic necessity that we eat every day. The food that we eat that nourish our body, but more importantly, our soul. Second, the clothing that you're wearing right now, especially if you're producing it in ethical fiber from cotton. When you're driving a car, the rubber of your cars, if it's made of not synthetic rubber, your house, if it's made of wood, it's planted by farmers. The wood that you make for a house. So it's not an option. It's not a luxury. I must say agriculture is a must and it's a very important fundamental of our life. There are actually 4 major purposes of farming. 1, farming to produce food. Second, farming to preserve nature. Third, farming to make money. Fourth, farming to break poverty. But a lot of us, in my observation for the last 20 years, we're just so focused on farming to make money. So I have another question. How do you like to be fed then? If our focus is just farming to make money, science is very, very important. But in agriculture, science alone is not enough. Science alone is all about material things. Of course, I respect and love science because it created a lot of inventions, heaps and bounds of innovations that really help us in different advancement. Longer alive, you know, help us in all our medical situation, help us in discovering the universe and the constellations. But at the end of the day, when we remove the human value, which is the farmer, in the equation, it's nothing. We are not here eating because it is the food that nourish our body, but we are here because we're human beings. We're here, it's because we also nourish our soul. And if you know that farmers are the one who makes food more nourished, not only for our body, you will value them more. If we will always eliminate the farmers in the process and we're not valuing the farmers, it is also compromising the fact of getting what's real food. We are going to shortcuts. We're going to be more having synthetic foods on the supermarkets. We'll be compromising our value as human beings. Farmers in reality are the ones that making everything in our food natural, organic in nature, and at the same time, they're making it real. They're making it more nutritious. A lot of value in that. That sometimes that value is intangible. And this one, I want to challenge you. This is one of my favorite movies. I think some of you in the group, you know, can relate to this. This is Matrix. I'm putting this one to scare everyone that this is the end of the world. We'll be farming humans. But I'm just putting it here. It's because this is the biggest metaphor in life. You know, Man created machines to make life easier, but at the end, it enslaved humanity. If we will eliminate the farmers in the process of food creation, when are we going to stop really measuring the value of things, not only on the economics of things, but measuring things because it's human, measuring things because there's a value of human being in it, and measuring things in our food because there's a value of a farmer putting a lot of effort to make that food valuable and to be on your table. And I have also like this insight that I want to challenge everyone. When are we really going to stop farming that is not preserving the environment? When are we going to stop farming that is making a lot of people poor and exploited? When are we going to think that economics should balance with the environment? Economics of things should balance more importantly in the value of human being. The value of human being, the producers, the farmers, and you, all of you here who are consuming. Once we compromise that, the danger of things is when are we going to stop producing when we cannot produce anything at all but being grown like this in matrix? Will be in tubes and just being grown as a human being. Lastly, this is so cute. I saw it in Google and I fell in love with it. And I said, oh, this is very, very beautiful. Why? When I was 6 years old, my mother told me, Cherry, the shortest distance in life is the distance between your brain and your heart. Brain and your heart. And this is the shortest distance in life. But when you don't know how to connect that distance, forget about life. And that's how I started looking on the people on the farm working every day under the heat of the sun, rain or shine, producing food for all of us. And my mom said, you always need to focus on valuing these people. So in my social enterprise, Agrea, and me, we are always trying our best daily to develop sustainable agricultural practices with respect to nature, with respect to people, and with respect to the economic benefits that is not only inclusive, but is financially equitably distributed to everyone. The moment we forget about these factors in our society, and more importantly, in giving respect to our farmers every day, it's about compromising ourselves in the process because we are the consumers. I always believe that, I'm known in this statement, oh, let's make farming cool, smart, sexy. Isn't it obvious? But more importantly, humane. We need to make farming humane. And how can we make farming humane? Let's make it not extraordinary, but an ordinary thing to thank a farmer every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cherry. So we got some inputs from Cherry. Do you remember the shortest distance in life is the distance from the brain to the heart? Our elementary mathematics teachers taught us the shortest distance is the straight line. But this time, we have another kind of straight line. The line which draws the heart to the mind or the brain, and the brain drawing the brain, and the line drawing the brain to the heart. That's wonderful to know. Thank you so much, Cherry. And congratulations to all your efforts and accomplishments. Cherry is another internationally renowned, noted leader in agriculture in the Philippines. And now, friends, we give you from the National Anti-Poverty Commission, another woman leader who is also keen in the field of agriculture, Her passion is also on developing and promoting organic agriculture in order to promote food security. So my friends, let us welcome Honorable Undersecretary Penelope Belmonte.
Isa sa matinding pinangangambahan ng marami sa atin nung unang isinailalim sa lockdown ng Metro Manila at mga karatig na probinsya ay ang kagutuman. At nagmula ang pangambang ito sa posibleng pagkukulang ng supply ng pagkain sa merkado dahil sa mga ipinataw na restriksyon kabilang pagparte at labas ng bansa. Ngunit higit sa lahat, ang pangamba ng kagutuman lalo na sa mga naghihikahos na pamilya ay nag-ugat sa pagkawala ng kanilang mga hanapbuhay. Pinalala pa ito ng biglaan at matinding pagtaas ng presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin. Sa episode nating ito, pag-uusapan natin ang mga naging solusyon sa problema sa kakulangan ng pagkain ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Partikular ang trending ngayon ang urban farming. Ako po ang inyong lingkod, Penny Belmonte ng National Anti-Poverty Commission. Samahan niyo po kami sa isa na namang talakayang punong-puno ng puso dito sa Kalingang Napsi. Record high ang naging pagdami ng bilang na nagugutom sa bansa mula nang mag-umpisa ang pandemya. At ayon sa isang survey, mahigit 7 milyong pamilya ang walang sapat na pagkain sa loob ng 3 buwang pagsasailalim sa Metro Manila sa Enhanced Community Quarantine. 2 milyon sa bilang na ito ang nakaranas ng extreme hunger o matinding kagutuman. Nagpatupad ang ating pamahalaan ng mga programa upang solusyonan ang problema ng kagutumang nararanasan, partikular ng maralitang tagalungsod. Isa sa mga rito ang Emergency Subsidy Program o ang cash assistance sa ilalim ng Social Amelioration Program ng DSWD. Ipinamahagi ang ayudang ito sa mga pamilyang low income at kabilang sa informal na sektor at sa mga pamilyang may miyembro ng vulnerableng sektor gaya ng senior citizens, persons with disability, indigenous people at iba pa. Marami ring mga pribadong individual at mga grupo ang nagsimula na ng mga community kitchen at namahagi ng pagkain sa mga walang matirhan at mahihirap na komunidad sa iba't ibang parte ng Metro Manila. Malaking tulong ang mga ito upang kahit papaano ay makaalwan sa kalagayan ng maralitang tagalunsod. Subalit, hindi sapat at sustainable ang mga ito upang tustusan ng pangangailangan sa pagkain ng milyon-milyong Pilipino ngayong panahon ng pandemya. Kaya nga, marami sa ating kababayan ang pinipiling ipagsapalaran ang kanilang kalusugan at buhay upang maghanap buhay sa kabila ng patuloy na banta ng COVID-19 virus. Marami ang nagtataguyod sa urban agriculture bilang solusyon sa kasalukuyang problema sa kakulangan ng pagkain at kawalan ng pagkakakitaan ng marami sa atin. Sa katunayan ay itinataguyod ito bilang permanente at sustainableng sagot sa kagutuman at kahirapan dito sa ating bansa. Binisita ng Kalingang Napsi Team ang ilan sa matagumpay na urban farm dito sa Metro Manila upang tignan kung paano nga ba nakakatulong sa ating mahihirap na kababayan ang urban farming. Isa na dito ang Good Food Farm sa gitna ng masiglang komunidad ng barangay Ususan sa lungsod ng Taguig.
Ang Good Food Farm, nag-umpisa po ito noong January 2020. Malaking bagay din ito na nagkaroon ng ganitong klaseng garden na naandito tayo sa city. Eksakto po, nung nag-pandemic last year, eto may mga tanim na kami. Tama-tama, nung nag-pandemic, may kahit papano, yung mga tao dito nakakakuha ng mga gulay. So malaking tulong po ito sa amin, lalo na dito sa community, sa BCDA. Yung naibibigay ng farm dito sa amin, lalo na sa mga members. Kasi yung ibang members halos wala naman ibang pagkakakitaan. Yung gulay nila, halos dito na nila kinukuha. Tsaka yung mga nasa paligid naman namin, pag may gusto silang gulay, dito na rin sila pumupunta. Yun, ang dami ko pang plano dito. Ang dami kong gusto itanim. Yung dito, gusto ko yung panandalian lang na pag gusto mo ng gulay, maha-harvest mo agad. Kagaya ng pechay, yung mustasa. Ayan, yun ang hindi ko binawala sa pananim kasi saglit lang sila. Tapos, pag nag-harvest kami, replace agad. So, habang may naha-harvest, may sumusunod. Tuloy-tuloy yung ani. Ito, kasiyahan lang namin dito, kahit volunteer lang kami, natutuwa kami sa mga tanim-tanim namin, nagbubungkal. Minsan nakaano naman din kami ng gulay, pang sa bahay.
Rise Against Hunger, we are an NGO with several public and private partners. So our mission is all the same. We are working to fight hunger here in the Philippines. So we have several initiatives to do that. And one of these initiatives is the Good Food Farm. So what is the Good Food Farm? It's basically food production with a livelihood project. So what we do is, well, basically take communities, we develop idle land, and within those venues we provide educational assistance in agriculture, in technical assistance. Basically, we provide the means to have access to food as well as skills.
Rise Against Hunger Philippines plus Good Food Farm. Ang kawalan ng lupa at espasyong pagtataniman upang makapagsimula ng urban farm o food garden. Maaaring i-convert ang mga bakuran at bakanting lote tulad ng ginagawa sa Good Food Farm. I-recycle ang mga lumang galon ng tubig, gulong ng sasakyan o iba pang pwedeng magsilbing lalagyan ng mga tanim. Maaari rin pong gumamit ng iba pang mga pamamaraan upang magpalago ng mga halamang gulay at prutas, katulad ng Barangay 412 sa Sampaloc sa lungsod ng Maynila, na nagtayo ng isang hydroponic food garden na hindi na nangangailangan ng lupa kundi ng tubig. Marina, ilahin natin ang Barangay 412, Sampaloc, Manila.
Ito po ay ang Gulayan sa Pamayanan Project kontra COVID. In collaboration and in partnership po sa DOST-NCR, sa PCARD po natin, UP Los Baños. So, ginrap ko po ito kasi para po sa food security ng aking pamayanan. Lalong-lalo na po yung ating mga urban poor dwellers. Kasi dito po, meron po ditong nagkakaisang mamayan ng Ligarda. Sila po yung mga housing beneficiaries along dun sa housing project namin sa Estero. So, ang tawag po namin dito is GSP. So, Gulayan sa Pamayanan in Ligarda. Especially po dito sa DSWD Shelter Assistance Project po para po sa mga dating estero dwellers. So hindi na lang po kami nagtatanim sa lupa, kundi nagtatanim po kami gamit po yung EPP. Ito po yung Enhanced Pottery Procedures o Preparation na binigay sa amin ng DOST. Gamit lang po ito yung mga bote ng soft drinks, bote ng mga mineral water. So hindi kailangan na merong espasyo ng lupa. Hanapan mo lang kung saan mo isasabit itong mga boteng ito. Meron ka ng libreng gulay at sariwa pa. So initially, ang pondo dito na nanggaling po dun sa asosasyon, yung samahan po ay 84,000 po. Kasi po nakikita nyo sa snap hydroponics, counterpart po namin yan, yung pagsiset up ng mga paglalagyan. Tapos yung sa urban gardening namin, sa communal garden, pinasemento po namin yon at nilagyan po ng mga yung chicken wiring para po parang harang po niya. So yun po yung initial na counterpart po ng samahan doon sa technology at mga materyales naman na galing naman po sa DOST NCR. Nagpapasalamat ako sa Kalingang NAPSI sa pangunguna po at under po sa leadership ni Undersecretary Penelope Diaz Belmonte. Maraming salamat po, Yusek Penny.
Sa ating pagbisita sa Good Food Farm sa Taguig at sa Hydroponic Farm ng Barangay 412 sa Maynila, makikitang malaki ang ambag ng ganitong sistema upang punan ang problema sa kakulangan ng pagkain at kawalan ng pagkakakitaan ng marami sa ating mga kababayan sa panahon ngayon. At sa susunod na episode ng Kalingang Napsi, pagpatuloy natin ang talakayan sa urban agriculture, partikular ang mga programa ng ating pamahalaan sa patuloy nating pagsusuri kung maari nga ba itong maging bahagi ng sagot sa kagutuman at kahirapan sa ating bansa. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong patuloy na pagsubaybay sa Paaralang Bayan at sa aming segment, ang Kalingang Napsi. Sa ngalan ng aming butihin na Secretary at Lead Convener, Attorney Noel Falongco at Undersecretary Paterna Ruiz, ako po si Penny Belmonte na laging nagpapaalala na ang laban sa kahirapan ay laban ng buong sambayanan. At sa panahon ng pandemya, mas lalo nating ipakita, ipadama at ihatid ang Kalingang Napsi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yusek Belmonte. And now, my friends, we come to the last portion of our webinar this afternoon. And we have the lecture demonstration on best practices in agriculture. The first lecture demo is on procedure on preparing organic concoction. Second, following this is the procedure in preparing organic food, the basics of hydroponics, and the basics of composting. And we now give you our co-host for this afternoon. We have the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Association of the Philippines, Director Tom Aquino Mariano. Tom, please. Thank you. Hello, Tom. Are you in? Hi there. Okay, so my friends, we now have the first topic on the procedure in preparing organic concoction. And our lecturer demonstrator is Mr. Chomari Leo T. Florese. He is the owner and LSA cooperator of Ecolistic Agricultural Training Center, also in Camarines Sur. Megs? Hi there, Megs.
Mas mahirap ng konting gawin, ngunit hayaan niyo po kaming ipakita sa inyo kung paano kami gumawa ng FFJ, FPJ, at FAA, at kung bakit. Habang pinapanood niyo po ang mga kababuyan namin, hehe. Disclaimer lang po, lahat ng technology namin ay mga natutunan namin galing sa TESDA, ATI, DA, and iba't ibang pananaliksik na ginawa namin. Binago lang po namin ng konti upang mas mapabuti at mapaayon sa mga pangangailangan namin dito sa Ecolistic Farm. Happy farming!
Ano yun?
Paano talaga gumawa ng FPJ, FFJ, at FAA? Pagdating po sa gamit, ang importante mayroon. Yung sukat po ng bowl maganda kung malaki. Ito naman pong net, kahit kulambo pwede. Sa kutsilyo naman po, ang importante matalim. Sa chopping board naman po, ang mainam sana ay kung gawa sa kahoy. Pero kung anong mayroon, okay na po yun. Sa plastic bottles naman po, mag-recycle tayo. Ang suggested po namin ay pumili kayo ng sukat na nababagay sa paggawa ninyo ng concoction. Explain ko po mamaya. Sa weighing scale po, basta accurate. Sa bato naman po, mas okay kung medyo pahaba ng konti, tulad ng mga to. Scotch tape, kahit ano. Batsa naman po, kahit ano din. And gumamit din po ng IMO or Indigenous Microorganisms. Kung hindi pa po marunong, madami po sa YouTube. Pero kung nais nyong gumawa na base sa teknolohiya namin, hayaan nyo po at gagawa po kami. Sa marker naman po, sana hindi toxic. Pero kung walang-wala, basta't siguraduhin hindi makakapasok ang ink sa ginagawa na concoction. Linisan ng basang-basahan ang weighing scale. Mainam na
Okay,
maliit
sir.
upang walang dumi na makalipat sa iyong ginagawang concoction. I-calibrate ang weighing scale. Ginagawa ito habang nakaupo na ang bowl sa weighing scale. Hanapin ang calibration dial na nasa ibabaw nito at ipihit pakaliwa o kanan hanggang sa maging sakto ang kamay nito sa zero. Hugasan ng maigi ang chopping board. Alisin ang mga bagay na maaaring nakadikit sa magaspang na bahagi nito. Hugasan at sabunin ang mga tools na gagamitin sa paggawa ng concoction. Importante ang sanitation dito. Mahalaga ito upang maalis ang mga microorganism na di ka nais-nais at mga kemikal na makakasama sa proseso ng paggawa ng concoction. Linisin din ang loob at labas ng mga plastic bottles. Lalo na't recycled ang mga ito. Isa sa pinaka-importante ang paglilinis ng mga bato. Nais po naming pahalagahan ang kalinisan nito. Kaya po sa farm namin ay hinuhugasan namin ito. Pasensya na po kayo sa tunog ng gansa. Nangingitlog po yata. Siguraduhin pong walang lupa na natitirang nakakapit sa inyong mga bato. Ang kaunting lupa o kaya dumi na nakakapit sa bato ay maaaring makasira sa inyong ginagawang concoction dahil sa pathogens na nakasama dito. May mga pagkakataon naman na di sapat ang sanitation lamang. Dito naman po ay mas mainam na ang gamitin ay sterilization. Ang iba po ay ginagamit ang pagbilad ng mga tools sa init ng araw, lalo na pag summer, upang mamatay ang mga pathogens na makakasira sa ginagawang concoction. Dito po sa Ecolistic, may dalawa po kaming pamamaraan ng pag-sterilize na sa tingin po namin ay mas epektibo. Ang una ay ang pagbababad ng mga tools sa mainit na tubig, lalo na ang bato. Pangalawa po ay ang paggamit ng IMO bilang disinfectant or pampatay ng mga pathogens na nakakapit sa ating mga tools. Ang paraan pong ito ay napakasimple. Maglagay lamang ng IMO sa batsa base sa timpla na 20 ml sa bawat litro ng unchlorinated water. Pagkatapos na haluin ito, ginagamit namin ito pambabad or di kaya panghugas sa mga tools. At ito ay ginagawa namin bago magtimpla ng concoction at panghugas pagkatapos gumawa ng concoction. At pag itinago nyo ang mga tools sa ilalim ng malilim, malamig at tuyong lugar, kung minsan ay tinutubuan ito ng lumot or mycelium na mahalaga sa pagkontrol ng mga pathogens. Mapapansin nyo rin po sa video na ito na rin ang ginagamit namin na panghugas ng mga raw materials na ginagamit namin para sa concoction. Paano nga ba gumawa ng FPJ or fermented plant juice? Mag-ipon ng halaman na matataas sa nitrogen and natural growth hormones katulad ng mga leguminous plants. Sa farm po namin ay natural na madami ang kakawate, madre de agua, ipil-ipil at kawayan. Kunin po ang mga shoots nito or ang mga murang dahon upang ito ang gawing FPJ. Ang mga ito ay dapat kunin sa oras na 6 a.m. 10 a.m. Alisin ang mga matigas na bahagi ng bamboo shoots, pati ang matigas na sanga ng mga pananim. Hugasan ang mga ito sa IMO at patuyuin. Tandaan lamang po na kung ano ang mas maraming pananim ninyo, ang pwedeng mapagkunan ng mga ito ay mainam at praktikal na siya na rin ang gamitin nyo. Nagkataon lang po na ito ang madami sa amin, kaya ito ang ginagamit namin. Pagkatapos ng 5 minutes na pagpatuyo sa strainer, gayatin ang mga ito ng 1 inch ang pahaba. Pareho lang po ang gayat ng madre de agua, ipil-ipil at madre de cacao or kakawate. Mainam po na eksaktong 1 inch ang pagputol nyo. Hayaan nyo na ang microorganism ang kumuha ng kailangan nyo sa mga plants na yan. Diretso nyo na ilagay sa bowl ang mga nakat na ingredients. Mas mainam din kung madaming iba't ibang halaman ang nakuha ninyo. Mas madaming plants, the better. Sa bamboo shoots naman, mainam na gayatin muna ng 1/4 inch kanipis ang mga ito bago ito i-cut ng 1 inch length and width. Marami ang di nakakaalam na ang bamboo shoots ay maraming natural growth hormones. Ito din ang dahilan kung bakit kaya nilang tumangkad ng 1 meter sa loob lamang ng 24 hours. Paglagay sa bowl, ipatong ito sa nakakalibrate na timbangan at lagyan ito ng molasses na may ratio na 2:1. Sa bawat dalawang plants ay tumbasan ng isang molasses. Mainam din na lagyan ito ng konting IMO. Mapapabilis nito ang proseso ng pagkuha ng mga extract na gagamitin mo na pataba sa halaman at haluin ito ng maayos. Pareho din po ang proseso ng paggawa ng fermented fruit juice. Hinuhugasan pa rin po namin sa IMO ang mga prutas. Pwede po kayong gumamit ng kahit anong prutas. Iwasan lang po ang citrus tulad ng kalamansi o dalandan. Dito po sa amin, madaming papaya, kalabasa at saging. Alisin po yung matitigas na parte. Mahirap kasi itong ma-process. At gayatin po ang mga ito ng 1 inch. Ilagay ito sa bowl at lagyan ng molasses ng may ratio na 1:1. At dagdagan din ito ng IMO. Nais din namin palang ipaalala na ang gumagawa nito ay naghugas ng maayos at hinugasan din ang kamay niya ng IMO. Haluin ng mabuti. Mas mainam kung maganda ang pagkakahalo. Kung mapapansin nyo mga kaibigan, medyo pinahuli namin yung packaging. Iba kasi kami mag-package. So pag-usapan muna natin itong FAA. Paano nga ba gumawa ng fish amino acid? Simple lang kaibigan, pareho pa rin ang sistema. Ikakat mo siya ng 1 inch. At pagkatapos, hahaluan mo siya ng molasses sa loob ng bowl. And yes, lalagyan pa rin ng IMO. Lalo na dito sa fish amino acid. Napakahalaga nito para mas mabilis na makuha ang extract nito through the powers of microorganism. Ang ratio pa rin nito sa molasses ay 1:1. Sa totoo lang po, medyo magastos itong concoction na ito. So kung gusto nyo, pwede nyo rin pong gamitin yung mga tira-tira ng isda, yung mga inaalis na hasang at bituka na nahihingi lang sa palengke. Isa sa pinakamahalagang paraan is kung papaano itago ang mga concoctions na ito. Marami kasi itong peste. Dahil sa bango nito, ang mga concoctions po ay hinahabol ng maraming insekto at marami ding hayop. So paano po ba yung pamamaraan namin sa pagtago ng mga concoctions? Pinakauna, gupitin ang mga water bottles para magkaroon ng bibig. Tira ng konti para may pangtakip. Gupitin din ang mga net na sobra ng konti sa sukat ng bibig ng mga water bottles. Ilagay ang mga concoction sa loob ng plastic bottles. Tirahan ng konting space para sa hangin ng mga 20%. Medyo mahirap ang paglagay nito, pero ang ganitong sistema ay may magandang resulta para sa aming farm. Una, hindi namin kailangang gumawa ng malakihang batch. Kung minsan, kung ano lang yung kasya sa bote, yan yung ginagawa namin. Hindi rin po namin kailangan i-harvest ng sabay-sabay ang concoction namin. Kung ano lang yung nasa bote, yun lang muna. I-harvest lang namin kung ano yung gagamitin. Ibig sabihin, napapatagal po ang fermentation process. Mas madali din pong itago kaysa sa balde. Sa farm po, mas hindi din napapasok ng mga insekto. Napansin kasi namin yung Manila paper madaling mabutas. At ang the best po, mas madali din i-harvest. Ang sunod na step ay ilagay na ang net at isunod na rin ang mga bato or yung sinkers. At dahil po cylindrical ang shape, kung mapapansin nyo po, mas marami sa concoction ang nakalubog sa molasses. Lagyan po ng label. Dito sa amin, ang nilalagay lang namin ay yung pangalan ng concoction at yung date of harvest. Ginagamit naming pang-lock ng takip yung mga labels niya. Paalala lang po, itago ito sa malalim, tuyo at malamig na lugar. At yun din pong malayo sa hayop at insekto. Salamat! Happy farming!
Thank you so much, Mr. Florete. Jo Marie Leo, owner Go ahead.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, mga ka-veggie, mga ka-organic. Nandito tayo para ipakita ko sa inyo ang proper na pagluluto ng mga paborito nating lutuin or kainin bilang mga Pilipino. No? Ako po ay plant-based, 34 years na. Ang family ko po ay hindi kumakain animals. And ang ginagamit po namin palagi ay yung mga naturally grown and organic vegetables. No? Masayang-masaya po kami kasi kanina pagdating namin dito sa ATI, namitas kaagad kami dito sa kanilang garden at yung mga vegetables na available ang kinuha namin at gagamitin natin ngayon dito sa ating demo cooking and presentation ngayon. No? Kung may mga questions po kayo, pwede nyo na lang siyang i-chat and later sasagutin po natin yan or through my Facebook page, facebook.com/kuyaveggie para po sa mga follow-up questions ninyo kasi medyo under time pressure po tayo today. Ang uunahin po natin gawin ngayon ay yung favorite ng mga anak ko na tinatawag ko siyang eggplant turmeric pasta. Sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng eggplant, gagawa po tayo ng eggplant pasta na meron pa siyang nuggets. 'Di ba? Gagawa tayo ng paborito kasi ng mga bata yung nuggets, 'di ba? Maski sa pag kumakain sa labas, 'yan ang ino-order nila, 'di ba? So ngayon, kaya favorite ko din tong i-demo sa mga participants na mga ginagawa ko kasi for years ko na pong ginagawa tong mga ganitong demo cooking. Gumagawa po kasi ako ng scenario. Let's say for example, lalo na dito sa atin sa Bicol, no? Minsan binabagyo tayo. Tapos wala tayong makuhang gulay. So let's say, halimbawa katatapos lang ng bagyo, tapos all I have is these 2 pieces eggplant. Wow. 2 piece talong lang eh. Anong magagawa ko diyan? Paano ko pakakainin ng masustansya at nakakagana na pagkain ang aking family, no? So ngayon, gusto ko i-share sa inyo yung mga diniscover kong way na sa pagluluto ng eggplant. Ang ginagawa ko sa eggplant, dahil gagawa muna tayo ng nuggets, no, bago natin gawin yung pasta, hinihiwa ko muna siya na gagawa ako ng cubes. Pero ipakita natin na closely kung paano tayo gagawa ng cubes out of eggplant. Okay? Tatanggalin natin yan. Yan, ganyan. Clear po ba ako yung voice ko? Clear po ba ako sa mga participants natin?
Yes, Chef. Clear po, Chef.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay. O, tapos, tatanggalin natin yung balat na yan. Ayan. Napakadali po nito. In a matter of less than 30 minutes, kayang-kaya po ninyo itong gawin. Lalo na yung mga mothers natin dyan na gusto nating pakainin ng gulay yung mga anak natin, pero ayaw nilang nakikitang gulay pala yung kinakain nila. So, nakikita nyo, gagawa tayo ng mga ganyan na cubes. Yan. Okay. So, inalis natin yan. Pero, hindi natin itatapon itong mga naiwan na to. Diba? Yung mga naiwan na yan, hindi natin yan itatapon. Yan ang gagawin natin sa pasta natin mamaya. So, okay. So, dahil nakita nyo na isa, medyo bibilisan ko na po. So, gagawa lang kayo ng cubes. Pipilitin nyo lang makagawa ng cubes kahit naman hindi yan perfect. Basta magmukha siyang nuggets mamaya. Diba? Okay. O, pwede mo na ito yung ano. Next. Gayahin mo na ako. Yan. Okay? So pwedeng maliit, pwedeng malaki. Depende doon sa laki ng mga eggplant ninyo na makukuha ninyo. Okay. Yan. After nyan, isa-set aside natin to for our nuggets, no? Yan, ano natin. Na syempre, lalagyan din natin siya ng butter at breading. Ito naman, na supposedly for our pasta, kasi kahit nga eggplant yan, huwag nating ihain sa mga friends and families natin na basta piniritong eggplant lang or kaya adobong eggplant lang. Kailangan magmukha siyang pang 5-star hotel. Diba? Parang kumakain din tayo sa labas. Kahit na sa loob lang tayo ng bahay kumakain. So, hihiwain nyo siya ng maliliit na ganyan. Okay. Pagkatapos, i-cubes nyo siya. Kumbaga gagawa kayo ng tiny cubes. Yan. Okay. Yan, ganyan. Okay. And then, yan. So, depende sa number of serving na gusto nyong gawin. Minsan, 4 or kahit 8 pa yan, members of the family na kakainin nyo. Usually, yung dalawang eggplant, dahil yung balat lang ang gagamitin natin for the eggplant pasta, nakakapagpakain na siya ng up to 6 members of the family. Okay? And then after that, ano muna to? Taga natin. So, ito ang magiging itsura ng eggplant natin, no? Para nakukuha nila mabuti. So, ang next step natin, i-fry na muna natin to para kahit isang ano. Gagawa ngayon tayo ng butter. Ano yun? Hindi, mix. Painitin na natin. So, ang butter na ginawa namin habang nasa vaccine kami kanina, gumawa na kami ng flour, garlic powder, tapos salt and pepper. Yun lang. As simple as that. Lagyan lang natin ng a little bit of sugar, lalo na pag sa mga bata, para lumalaban yung alat at saka tamis, no? Ayan. Tapos pwede rin kayong gumawa ng sauce, ketchup, pwede din yun kung wala talaga. Pero since na gusto natin, ang ginagamit natin this afternoon, lahat mga local and easily accessible ingredients. So, ang gagawin natin next, ito, may breadcrumbs din tayo, di ba? Pinapainit ko na ang ating mantika. Dagdagan natin itong ating cubes na ano. Actually, pwede nyo kung sabayan yung mga nasa bahay dyan para eksakto. Pwede, masarap yung dinner mamaya. Habang pinapainit natin, dagdagan natin yung ating minsan, pagka available yung tinatawag nilang kurakding, yung local mushrooms natin yun, nilalagyan ko din ito. Kaya lang, minsan hindi naman siya available. So, mag-stick lang muna tayo dito sa eggplant. Okay. So, ang gagawin lang is i-bread lang natin siya. Ganun. And then, sausaw doon. Yan. Nakikita nyo? Mukha na yung chicken. Hindi na malalaman ng mga anak natin na kumakain pala sila ng gulay. Diba? Adisin nyo lang yung balat. Close up. Nakaganon siya. Okay. Correct. Then try natin kung mainit na. Hihingi pa ako ng cubes na ganito. Para isang lutuan na lang. Yan. Pag niluluto nyo siya, low fire lang muna para maluluto din yung loob nung ano natin. Okay. Hindi, wag muna yan. Pahingi ako ng additional breadcrumbs, please. Okay. Para sabay na. Ito lang naman ang medyo magta-take ng time. Okay. Pwede ako nga. Pwede akong basahan na. Yan. Yung pang ano. Yung white na. Isa. And then, ayan, nakikita ba sa camera itong pinag-fry ko? Ayan, kung mapapansin nyo, parang chicken nuggets na nag-itsura niya. Tapos, higaan natin yung apoy. Dahan-dahan lang. Akala na yun. Yung nagiging itsura niya. So, dapat low fire lang po ha, kasi para sabay-sabay naluluto yung ibabaw. At yung loob. O, di ba? So, sinong kids ang tatanggi dyan? Hindi naman niya alam na salong lang yan. Kahit nga po yung mga kapitbahay namin, favorite na favorite yan. And then, dagdagan pa natin. Para isang batch na lang. Gusto ko yung malalaki. Mahirap din pala yung demo cooking na online, no? Kasi hindi ko nakikita yung yung reaction ng mga... Kasi maraming beses na rin po ako nagde-demo cooking before the pandemic, pero talagang face-to-face, in person. Last na to. Okay, yan. Gusto na natin to. Low fire. And then, yung paglalagyan natin ng yeah, okay. So, yan yung tinatawag namin na eggplant nuggets na look like chicken nuggets. Yan. Okay. So, tapos, plating natin. Yan. So, ito, tira na to. Okay. And, let's put some, cream. So, or, tapos, ito na yung one product natin, no? Pero mamaya, ilalagay din natin ito in combination sa pasta natin. Tapos, pwede rin kayong kumuha ng sauce na favorite niyo, like yung ketchup or sweet chili sauce na kagaya nito para kaano nyo na siya. Paki-remove na ito. Lahat. Tapos ito dagdagan tayo. Ito rin. Ngayon, next, ito naman yung natin, yung mga balat ng eggplant natin. Ayan. Okay. May question tayo na ano daw oil ang ginagamit natin. No? Marami tayong mabibiling oil na sinasabi nila plant-based. Okay naman yon. Pero ang pinaka-safe sa experience ko na oil is yung coconut oil. Lalo na pagka ang pinakakain natin are merong mga medical conditions, let's stick to dun sa coconut oil. Kasi siya yung, according sa studies, siya yung pinaka-healthy and mataas yung boiling point. Ang tawag nila doon yung boiling point ng coconut oil. Sali natin. So be careful, ha? Ano pa tayo naka-separate na oil? Ayoko nun itong may Can I have the another pan? Ano, tapos ano na lang. Okay, doon naman sa ano, ito namang mga natirang eggplant, ang tawag natin dito, balat ng eggplant or residue. Ito din, okay na to. So, ito gusto ko siya alisin. Okay. Parang nalalayuan ako. So, ang pagluluto naman ng natirang eggplant natin, can I have rags for this? Ano? Dito naman tayo sa pag gagawin na natin yung eggplant pasta natin. A little bit of oil. So ito, coconut oil din yan. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, parang gusto na niya matulog, maputi siya. Pero once na na-subject na sa heat, nagiging clear na siya. Dito parang, ano siya, oh. Parang, ang coconut oil kasi minsan na ano siya yung nasosolidify or natutubog sa Tagalog. And then, parang gagawin muna natin yung eggplant natin na adobo-like cooking. Try natin. Tapos pagka nag-start na siya mag-brown, doon natin ilalagay ang ating garlic, tsaka natin lalagyan ng garlic at tsaka onion and pepper, salt. Siguro dapat pakita natin. Garlic, tapos onion, pepper, salt, tapos gumagamit din ako ng a little brown sugar or cocoa sugar, pwede rin. Tapos yung turmeric natin, last na yan. Diba? Antayin natin mag-brown. Para ano? Para nagmumukha kasi siyang mushroom or meat-like din siya pagka nag-brown na siya. Para karamihan kasi ano kaya natin hindi mapakain yung mga bata ng vegetables. Kasi syempre I'm a father of two, kagaya nga na sinabi ni Ma'am Ramona kanina. Ang struggle natin kung paano pakakainin ng healthy yung mga anak natin, di ba? So, kaya nag-develop po ako ng mga iba't ibang recipe to convince our kids kung paano natin sila pakakainin ng vegetables na hindi yung mga dati pang lutuin. Kasi before, ang alam lang nila sa vegetables are kung laging may gata, laging ginisa, gano'n. Kaya hindi na gugustuhan masyado ng mga anak natin. Dapat nag-iisip din tayo ng iba-ibang way kung paano natin i-represent yung vegetable sa family natin. Yan. A little bit of garlic and then onion, dadagdagan din natin. Dito ko nga talaga. Pagod ako ng okay. So after that, pwede natin lagyan ng konting soy sauce. Nakita niyo, nag-brown na siya, di ba? So lalagyan niyo ng konting soy sauce. Pagkatapos nun, pepper. And then, itong a little bit of brown sugar. Ano amoy? Para malaman ng mga ano natin. And then, sayang hindi na-amoy ng mga naka-online nating participant. So, ganyan dapat ang itsura niya. Na hindi na halos malaman kung eggplant ba siya or meat ba siya or mushroom ba siya. Kasi actually, hinahaluan ko din po yan ng mushroom pag available yung ano natin. Next is, lalagyan na natin ngayon yung pasta, pero magsaset aside tayo for garnishing. Pahingi ako isang plate for ano. Para isa-set aside tayo ng ano natin. So, yung kalahati, iiwanan natin doon sa loob. And that's the time we already cook our pasta. Lalagay natin yung pasta dyan. Depende kung gaano karami pakakainin nyo or member ng family ninyo. Kailangan ko pare-pare ito. And that's the time we will put our turmeric. No? Pahingin na lang na spoon. Ayaw ko na siyang hawak. Yan. Para healthy, dapat ano. Turmeric. Tapos some more pepper. And then salt to taste. Salt to taste. Depende kung gaano ano, pero huwag masyado maalat pag nagluluto, di ba? And some more garlic. Garlic powder. Yan. So, dahil turmeric siya, ako talagang gusto kong dagdagan lagi ng turmeric. Kasi para kakain ng mga family members ko at saka ng customer ko, yung turmeric. Kasi yung iba ayaw nila ng lasa ng turmeric. Kaya nilagay ko na lang siya sa pasta para nakakain sila ng turmeric. Kasi very healthy po ang turmeric, di ba? Okay. Sana nakakambay lang. Pahingin na akong plate. And of course, sa garnishing, nakikita niyo po ba itsura? Kita naman, no? So very, ano siya, kasi yellowish yung pasta, di ba? Very delicious looking, di ba? Okay. And then, syempre, kung yung bisita nga natin, pinakakain natin ng social ang dating, dapat pati ang family members natin, social din ang dating. So, pwede natin siyang lagyan ng tawag doon? Minced garlic. So, dapat kasi may malaki akong fork. So let's just do it like this. Okay. And let's top it with basil. Para mas maganda yun. Aka na yan. Aka na yung basil na yan. Para may basil din siya. Yan. Tapos nun, itong ganito, pwede pa remove na ito. Tulungan mo. And then, bago pala natin lagyan ng basil, let's stop it with our, kaya nga natin ito tinira. Okay. And then, ang kasabay niya, di ba, iba pwede natin siyang lagyan ng garlic bread or pwede rin natin siyang lagyan ng niluto nating nuggets kanina. Okay. So, kunin na natin yung mga nuggets dito. Yan. Okay. So, isin din natin ito. Ayoko na nga nito. Naka-open lang siya. Dapat isang let's remove this. So, ayan po ang first product. Sayang, sana nakakapagtanong sila. Pero yung po mga questions nyo, pwede nyo i-chat or maski sa Facebook ng ATI or sa Facebook ko para masagot namin yung mga tanong nyo. So, ito po ang eggplant nuggets pasta, eggplant nuggets turmeric pasta, and the eggplant nuggets na product ko. Ang next po ay sa menudo or plant-based menudo. Tuturuan ko po kayong gumawa ng plant-based menudo na walang ginagamit na meat. Okay? Pero can we ask for a short break for that para ipe-prepare lang po namin yung ingredients. Okay. Kahit mga 1 minute or 2 minutes lang.
We will have to give way to our next while we are giving a break to our chef Eric. Let's give way to the basic hydroponics. Architect Marlon Noveno Longabella, the president and owner of Kalikasan Farm in Anislag, Daraga, Albay, and he is the secretary of the Bicol Association of Learning Sites in Agriculture or BALSA, will give us basics of hydroponics. Architect Marlon.
Yes, Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay po.
It's your
Medyo
turn.
madilim na dito sa treehouse ko, pero okay lang.
Are you in your farm?
Po, andito ako sa treehouse.
Okay, sige. Go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay po. Good afternoon, everyone. Ito pong topic natin ngayon is hydroponics. Getting started. Ituloy-tuloy ko na, Doktora, para may susunod sa akin eh.
Yeah,
yung ano po, itong presentation na to, bali, hinati ko sa dalawa. Ito ay PowerPoint at yung Next sana ay yung doon sa actual na demonstration ng seed sowing at yung transplanting. Anyway, siguro kung merong interested, pwedeng ipasa ko na lang yon through messenger or email. But itong topic na to sa PowerPoint, ito na muna i-discuss ko po, ma'am. Okay po. Getting started. Best option for beginners are starting with seeds. Start seeds at high humidity area with high humidity. Soak seeds in water 12 to 24 hours prior to planting in growing medium. But dito po sa hydroponics, yung lettuce seeds, which is ito po yung itatopic natin ngayon sa lettuce production, no need po na i-soak yung seeds sa water. Direct na po yun sa seedling tray or sa seed bed. Water every 1 to 3 days. Once plant starts to develop, move to main hydroponic system. Next, please. Kita siguro.
There.
Okay. Sa lettuce po, ano? Good option for beginners. Actually, 30 to 85 days yung nandito. Mayroong clear ka error siguro dito or topographical error. 30 to 35 days lang po ito. 35 days, not 85. Depending on variety. Sequential planting allow for continuous supply. NFT, itong NFT, ito yung nutrient blend technique, good for commercial production. Gib, loose leaf, butterhead, iceberg, romaine, yan po yung mga variety ng lettuce. Next, please. Okay, factors to consider. Types of plants, temperature output, cost of electricity usage, ideal light spectrum recommended for various stages of growth. Plants in vegetative stage need 15 to 18 hours of light. Plants in bloom stage need 10 to 12 hours of light. So kailangan po yung lighting. Ito po yung mga types of lighting natin, ano? Merong high intensity lamps, merong fluorescent lamp, and merong incandescent lamp. Pero sa ngayon po, yung mga LED na po yung ginagamit. Next, please. Okay. Medyo... Okay. Tapos na po tayo doon sa getting started. Pupunta po tayo sa introduction. Sorry, Doktora, medyo mabagal yata yung ano.
Okay lang.
Okay, hindi pa lumalabas yung introduction.
Maybe you can proceed even without a PowerPoint.
Okay, hindi kasi nagpo-proceed yung ano nga? Konti adjustment lang po, ma'am. Lang. Sa 6 basic na kaya? 6 basic types of hydroponic system. Over time, the basic models have evolved and resulted in hundreds of different variations. Number 1, wick system. Number 2, water culture. Number 3, ebb and flow flood and drain system. Drip method, nutrient film technique, NFT, and number 6, aeroponic. Next, please.
Send na sa slide.
Okay. Yung wick system po, dito po makikita natin yung dito sa picture, passive wick to moving parts. Simplest type of hydroponics. Nutrient solution is drawn into the growing medium from the reservoir with a wick. So nasa labas po yung pump and then dinidistribute pataas and merong air bubbles sa ilalim at nandoon sa taas yung plants natin. Next, please. Ito po another type ng wick system. Self-watering po ang wick system. Ito yung water culture. Is best active system to use. Pang malakihan po ito, styrofoam platform floating on the nutrient solution holds the plants. Oxygen is supplied to the roots of the plants through a bubbling air stone that is attached to the air pump. So napaka-importante po yung oxygen. Okay, next please. Another type of water culture. Merong styrofoam sheet sa ibabaw at merong mga styro caps, nandoon yung plant, and merong water with nutrients solution. Ebb and flow, flood and drain system. Ito yung grow bed sa taas at merong water container sa ilalim. Meron ding submersible pump, itutulak yung tubig pataas, and then flow pababa. Recycled po yung tubig natin. Another type of ebb and flow. So elevated siya, naka-elevated platform. Okay po, balik tayo, punta na tayo. Drip method. Ang drip method, merong recovery system and non-recovery. So itong system na to ay yung mga pamalakihan na sa greenhouses. Ito, pwedeng mga do-it-yourself sa mga indoor. Nakikita po yung drawing, yung picture. This means that it uses a pump to feed your plants with nutrients and water regularly. It is also called trickle or micro irrigation system. Ito yung tinatawag na NFT nutrient film technique. Most popular. Halos mga hydroponic farms or mga pang maliitan lang na setup, ito yung ginagawa natin. Most popular, also known as gutter hydroponics. Nutrient solution washed onto plant roots. Reservoir contains nutrient solution which is pumped through the system using a water pump. Dito po sa baba, yung blue na nasa picture, diyan po yung water at yung nutrient solution. Meron diyan sa loob yung submersible pump na 12 volts, itataas yung tubig and then i-distribute individually sa mga channel PVC grow beds at meron po yung control na ball bulbs para evenly distributed yung tubig papunta doon sa mga plants. And then recycled, pupunta ulit sa ibaba. Yan po. Hindi lang flat yung NFT, meron ding nasa A-frame. Ibig sabihin, isusupply yung tubig sa taas, and then pupunta sa second level sa baba, sa lower level, and then third level, pababa, hanggang doon sa pinakang bottom, at babalik yung tubig doon sa container, itataas ulit, so recycled po. Ito yung aeroponic system. Actually, di pa ako nakita nito sa actual, pero isang system din ito ng hydroponics. Parang naka-shower lang pataas and then hanging yung mga plants. Next, please. Okay, isang example din ng aeroponic system. Meron siyang mist nobles. Basta lahat po ng tubig dyan merong nutrient solution. Itong additional hydroponic system, yung grower tower system, sa picture po makikita natin na naka-section po parang biniyak yung PVC na patayo at biniyak din yung bucket, yung water container. Kasi pinapakita po yung submersible pump sa ilalim ng tubig. And then yung blue po sa gitna, yan po yung supply pipe na 1/2 inch PVC pipe. Pupunta po yung tubig sa taas and then pag shower na siya pababa, yung mga sides po ng PVC na binutasan at ilinagay doon yung styro caps na merong tanim, merong lettuce seedlings, tatamaan sila nung pababa ng tubig. So yun po yung magsusupply sa kanila ng water and nutrient. Itong crop key method ay dinevelop ni ng isang researcher, si Mr. Kratky, researcher ng Hawaii University. Siya po ang nag-develop nito, kaya kinuha yung pangalan sa kanya, Kratky method. Ito po yung naipakita ko sana sa video, ito yung example. Tinatawag din itong stagnant water method. A passive hydroponic technique for growing plants suspended above a reservoir of nutrient-rich water. The Kratky method has application both for commercial food production and as a small scale and low maintenance technique for home growers. Ito po yung pwede din gawin sa grape boxes, and then pwede din gumawa ng do-it-yourself na grow boxes. Tapos doon nakapatong sa binutasan na styroboard, nakapatong po yung mga plants, yung nasa cup. And then paglagay nung tubig, saka merong nutrient solution, wala ka nang ibang gagawin, titingnan-tingnan na lang, di magdidilig. So after 30 days, harvest na po. Ito ang very common na ginagamit. So dito po nakikita natin, pinakita sa section, pag malapit nang i-harvest yung lettuce natin sa Kratky method, ganyan na yung itsura sa ilalim ng roots. And nababawasan na din yung tubig kasi na-consume na nila. At yung tanim, nakalagay po yan sa styro cups na merong coco peat or substrates. A-frame NFT system. Itong A-frame, nakita natin yung frame parang hugis A. Merong mga horizontal na mga, gawa po yan sa rectangular PVC or pwede din yung PVC pipe na binubutasan. Yung mga distances po niyan, nasa mga 15 cm yung distance ng every plant. And ang height distance naman ng every PVC grow PVC na tataniman 30 centimeters po. Parehas din po, meron niyang water container, isusupply pa taas muna yung tubig with nutrient solution, and then may connection po yan ng outlet pipe hanggang makapunta sa baba, back to the container. Ito ang maganda din ito kasi applicable to hindi na sa lettuce, pwede sa tomato, sa sili, sa mga herbs, yung Dutch bucket system. Itong Dutch bucket system sa drawing ay isang hilera lang, isang level lang. Pwede po ito hanggang 4, 3 or 2. Basta po yung supply muna sa pinakang taas, and then merong faucet individually bawat bucket, and yung pinakang last doon sa ilalim, siya na yung magko-collect ng tubig sa drain and papunta na sa nutrient solution. Palagi po tayong may container. And then merong 12 volts na submersible pump with at least 6 meters lift. Basta sa taas muna ang supply. Distributed po yung water with nutrient solution. That's bucket. Sa maintenance, always check your pH levels, yung potential hydrogen, at least every other day to maintain proper growing environments for your plant. Watch plants for changes. If leaves turn yellow, adjust increase fertilizer. Okay? Keep lights in good working order within my timer, and clean tank at least once every 3 weeks to keep algae grow to a minimum yung pagtubo niya. Okay, thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Architect Marlon.
Thank you po. Survive.
Anong oras ka pa kag manaba?
7 a.m. tomorrow with my team.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
we are
Architect
getting ready for the we are getting ready for the materials.
All right. Architect Marlon has a 3-day training on hydroponics at the Madav Bustamante Family Farm in Cagmanaba tomorrow up to Sunday.
Yes,
Funded by the Agricultural Training Institute. Thank you very much, ATI.
Salute ATI.
Thank you, Marlon. Now back to Chef Eric for his vegan menudo. Eric. Eric, you're online.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. And now, ang lulutuin naman natin ay menudo. 100% plant-based menudo. Okay? Excited ako i-share sa inyo to kasi even doon sa amin, sa mga kapitbahay ko, mahilig sila sa menudo. Sa mga nakikita natin. So hopefully, yung mga nanonood dyan, kung nagninegosyo kayo ng karinderya or eatery, pwede nyo itong gayahin. Healthy na menudo. So the usual ingredients are garlic, bibilisan ko na po, onions, and then pepper, salt, yan. And then again, a little bit of brown sugar. Tapos carrots na cubes. And potatoes or patatas na cubes din. Niluto na kasi namin yan para mabilis tayo. Tapos bell pepper na cubes din. Laurel leaves. And then a little bit of soy sauce. And tomato sauce. No? Ngayon, ang ginagawa kong pinaka-meat is the tofu na kino-cubes ko siya. Minsan, pahingi ako ng mushroom natin. Minsan, nilalagyan ko din siya ng mushroom. Pwede nyo i-fry yung mushroom and pwede nyo rin siya i-cubes. Like this. Yan. So parang siya yung magsaserve na parang pork part. Yan. I-cubes nyo siya na gano'n. Okay. Yan. So, again, naka-cubes din siya na ganyan. Pwede niya isama doon sa magsisilbing pinaka-meat natin. Ano pa ngayon yung mga pwede natin i-substitute for the meat part aside from tofu and mushroom? Gumagamit din ako ng vegan meat na tinatawag. Ito ay gawa siya sa vegetable protein or wheat. Minsan tanungin niyo yung mga friends nating Seventh-day Adventists, marami silang meat substitute na pwedeng i-recommend sa inyo. Pero for me, I make my own meat most of the time, lalo na kung hindi naman ako nagmamadali, para alam ko talaga na healthy siya, tsaka kung ano yung nakaano siya, nakalaman doon. Tapos nun, kung mapapansin niyo, yung texture niya is parang karne din, although gawa lang siya sa wheat and protein vegetables. So, i-cube nyo rin siya. Okay? For the, for our menudo. Sa vlog ko or sa page ko, itinuturo ko kung paano gawin itong paggawa ng mga meat substitute. And soon, magkakaroon din po ako na, dapat ko naman sabihin, ng recipe book na ituturo ko yung paggawa ng plant-based meat. Diba? Kasi napansin ko sa tagal-tagal ko, syempre Pilipino din ako, at sa tagal-tagal ko na nag-demo cooking at nagtuturo sa mga kababayan natin, napansin ko na talagang hinahanap pa rin nila yung meat texture. Kaya ang naisip ko, gagawa na lang ako ng mga Okay na tayo? Okay. Baka hindi na intindihan yung sinabi ko sa kanina. Na, kasi po, pwede po kayo mag-chat sa akin or soon magtuturo din po ako kung paano gumawa ng mga plant-based meat or yung mga meat alternatives natin na healthy. Madali lang din naman pong gawin yun eh. At saka lahat ng mga ingredients natin is for that is available locally. Okay? So, cubes natin yan for our menudo. Yan. Meron pa tayo nito for kare-kare. This is just for the menudo. Na? Okay. Pero nga ako niyang plastic. Tapos ito, gusto ko ituro sa inyo na yung proper na paggawa ng tokwa. Kailangan palagi ninyong i-drain muna para maging ano siya, meat-like. Dadaganan niyo siya ng weight here. Kumbaga, ibabalot niyo siya ng towel. Ayan, ganyan. Pagkatapos, lalagyan nyo ng weight sa ibabaw. Bigyan mo ka ng weight. Para ma-drain siya properly. Tapos makikita nyo for like mga 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, nag-iiba na rin yung texture niya. Good for frying na siya. So mas ano siya, mas meat-like yung nagiging texture na. Okay. Remove na muna ito. Kailangan ko pa rin yan. So, yan po yung kinakalabasan pagka properly drained yung ating tofu. Okay? So, ito pa lang tatlo. Kasi may nag-chat sa akin kanina na makikinig daw siya closely dito sa menudo. Ito pa lang pong tatlo. Ayan, mushroom, tofu, and this meat alternative is a good substitute na doon sa meat part ng ating menu. So yung mga nagluluto sa atin sa bahay, alam naman nila yung proper na pagluluto ng menudo and yung kung ano yung mga ingredients, no? Pero po ito yung i-share ko sa inyo ngayon, hindi ko na siya igigisa kasi meron po din akong mga customer na gusto nila is less oil or oil-free na mga recipe yung kinakain niya. Kaya po pagka meron din tayong mga kasama sa bahay na meron mga medical issue, hindi na po natin kinakailangang igisa yung ating oil. Yung ating bawang sibuyas. Huwag na po natin siya igisa. Ang gagawin po natin is ilalas part na lang po natin yung ating bawang at saka sibuyas. Ang uunahin po nating ilagay ay, since na luto na naman po yung ano natin, pagsasama-samahin lang po natin yan. Sa isang after nyo mapalambot yung carrots niyo tsaka patatas, so ilagay nyo na po yung sauce. Kasi po yung meat natin, yung tokwa natin, luto na naman po yun, di ba? I-wait na lang po mag-simmer. Tapos, dito sa stage na to, lagyan nyo rin po ng konting soy sauce. Tapos pwede nyo na pong ilagay yung mga other ingredients. Okay. Medyo bibilisan na po natin ng konti, no? Kasi meron pang kari-kari naman. Dito po makikita nyo, pinalambot ko na kasi kanina yung aking patatas at carrots. So, ganyan po. And then yung raisins. Dagdagan natin. And yung ating antayin ko munang kumulo. Pag nag-simmer na siya ng konti, may takip na tayo. Para mabilis. So dapat, ang intention dito kasi is yung tofu natin at saka yung meat substitute natin mababa doon sa tomato sauce. Para mabilis. Kung mapapansin niyo, hindi na po ako naggisa para oil-free or less oil yung ating recipe. Okay? And isa sa mga paborito ng mga Pilipino, menudo, kare-kare, haba pong nagpapa-simmer tayo na. Ang dahilan din po kung bakit nag-demo cooking ako ng ganito kasi intention ko po talaga na maturuan din ang mga kababayan natin kung paano maging healthy sa kanilang lifestyle. Ako po ay, kung makikita nyo, 52 years old na po ako. Nag-start po ako maging plant-based when I was 17 years old. So that's during the 80s. Even the word vegan, organic, plant-based was never heard of during those days. Na ang tingin nga po sa family ko parang alien kasi pag pupunta kami sa mga fiesta, hindi kami kumakain ng meat. Talagang 100% plant-based lang yung food namin. Pero at 52 years old, ang family po namin, wala po kaming hospitalization bills. Wala po kaming medical record, siguro nung mga pinanganak lang kami. No? Ako po at 52, never pa po akong na-confine or nagkaroon ng siyempre thank you na rin sa Lord natin dahil ganon. Pero ito po kasing sineshare ko sa inyo ngayon. Ito talaga yung lifestyle namin. Ito talaga yung ginagawa namin sa family namin. Kagaya nga po ng intro kanina, na even yung daughters ko, they are plant-based since birth. So possible po, no, sa mga mothers at parents dyan. Dito po, kahit nasa Pilipinas tayo, no, na tinatawag na adobo nation dito sa ating Asia, possible po na magpalaki ng mga anak na healthy and plant-based. Ayan, kumulo na siya. So once na kumukulo na siya, lagay na po natin doon yung ating garlic kung gusto natin talaga yung lasa ng garlic. Nakita nyo, baligtad po, no? Para ang nangyari doon sa garlic ay naging part ng seasoning. Di po ba, minsan pag bumibili tayo ng garlic powder, dilalagay naman talaga natin yan sa huli, part ng seasoning. So, parang ganun lang din po yung ginagawa natin. Tapos lalagyan natin ng onion kung gusto natin yung lasa ng onion dun sa ulam natin. Tapos isimmer pa natin, isimmer ng konti. And that's the time na I will put my salt, a little bit salt. And pepper. Habang kumukulo na siya. And then, my laurel leaves. Anong gagawin sa laurel leaves bago ilagay? Ikikis-kis. Para mag-activate yung flavor. Anong amoy? Amoy menudo daw. Yan. So, ang principle is inaantay nating ma-absorb ng tofu and then yung mga meat alternatives natin, yung lasa ng sauce. Tingi akong spoon for tasting. Then, I will also put a little bit of brown sugar. Saan yung ano? Then I think I need some more soy sauce. There. Di po ba? Hindi naman siya, hindi po ba siya mukhang menudo? Mukha po ba siyang gulay? Oh, kasi sabi ko nga po kanina dito sa mga kasama ko rito, yung po kasing word na vegetarian, pag narinig ng mga kapwa natin Pilipino, akala nila kakain na tayo ng mga dahon-dahon, di ba? Plus, yung kumbaga dahon, awot, sabi ng iba, awot. Pero, ang pagiging vegetarian or vegan or plant-based, hindi nangangahulugan na kakain ka lagi ng mga leafy vegetables. Yun po yung misconception. Kaya tuloy po, sa word pa lang na plant-based, vegetarian, vegan, yung ibang mga kababayan natin na ayoko niyan, di ba? Kasi ang naiisip nila, kakain sila ng mga dahon. Kaya dapat po talagang malaman ng mga kababayan natin yung ganito mga way of cooking na hindi ibig sabihin plant-based, puro awot. Okay. Can I have tasting spoon? Tikman natin. Tikman natin. Kunti pang sugar. Ayan. Oh. Malasang-malasa na siya. Kung sana naaamoy niyo. Okay. So this is our menudo. Okay. For our Di po ba napakadali lang? Actually, mas madali pong magluto ng plant-based or ng vegetarian kasi mas madaling lutuin ang gulay. At napakatipid sa gasol, gano'n. Ang gasol namin, inaabot ng 1.5 months. Gano'n. Okay. Garnish natin ng ano. Can I have minced garlic. So, so, am I still on? So this is my plant-based menu. Okay. So next will be the plant-based kare-kare. Okay. Okay. We need like 1 minute para i-prepare lang uli namin yung ingredients namin. Okay.
All right, my friends. Now we know how to prepare the meatless menudo. It must be something very interesting and delicious. And now we will have to listen first to basics of composting as we give our chef a few minutes to take a rest for a break. Our speaker is the municipal agriculturist of LGU Daraga Albay, Edwin Rebancos, who will talk on basics of composting. Edwin, it's your turn. Municipal composting
Hello.
project. Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Edwin.
Okay. I am clear, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay,
very
good
clear.
evening po. Thank you po sa organizer, kay Ma'am Ramona at saka sa ATI. And ito po aking isi-share sa inyo, yung aming project ay recipient ng mga programa sa Organic Agriculture Program. Yung ating composting facilities at saka yung mga gamit ay galing po yan sa DA. Na-avail po natin yan nung ako po ay local person pa po sa Organic Agriculture. So yung lugar po namin ay recognized ng DNR at saka ng EMB5 bilang isang Central Material Recovery Facility. Located po siya sa San Ramon, Daraga Albay. Nabigyan po kami ng rotary composting ng DER5 at ng BSWM sa way program sa tulong ng aming provincial agriculturist and focal person on organic agriculture, si Ma'am Nono. Nabigyan din kami ng DNR ng mga facilities sa composting. So ito po yung aming ginagamit doon sa aming site. So ang objective po ng project ay i-process po yung mga generated biodegradable waste. Bukod po doon, ma-demonstrate at mag-mentor sa mga farmers patungkol sa organic fertilizer production. And yun na rin po ang source ng aming organic input sa municipality talaga. And partly, para po sa compliance sa Republic Act 9003, yung pong batas sa solid waste management. So, part po ito ng aming waste diversion program, yung reuse at saka recycle program. Mainly po dito yung composting. Composting ng mga nag-generate ang mga biodegradable material sa buong municipio. So, simply po, composting is the natural process of recycling organic matter such as leaves, food scraps, and valuable fertilizer that can enrich the soil and the plants. So, based po sa ating analysis, kaya po kami ay nagtayo nitong composting project sa talaga dahil mataas po yung cost sa pagmamanage ng waste. 52% po ng generated waste sa household at sa buong household ay biodegradable waste. Kung ito po ay hindi ma-manage at kung hindi po ito mabibigyan ng pansin at hindi mailagay sa tamang proseso, malamang ito po ay magbibigay ng dulot sa ating environment. Bukod pa po sa ito po ay costly sa atin sa landfill. So kaya po ginawa ng aming Mayor Vic, talaga po ay tinutukan itong ating composting project na ilagay siya po ng facility at mga mga funds para po masuportahan itong 52%. Kung pagsusumahin mo po, kung maka-generate ng 0.2 kilograms per day per individual, napakalaki po na basura na biodegradable waste na dapat bigyan pansin. So, kaya po very justifiable na sinuportahan po ng LGU itong ating programa sa composting. Ito po ay aking tinayuan. Bukod po sa aking pagiging agricultural technologist, tinanggap ko po ng walang doubt na tulungan at tanggapin itong trabaho sa composting. So, residential pa rin po ang pinakamataas na parte na nag-generate ng waste. So, karamihan sa mga household, kunti lamang po sa mga industrial at sa institutional. Sa ngayon po, pati yung market waste, yung mga basura na nasa merkado ay aming pinaprocess. So, ito po yung biodegradable na kadalasan na generate na ginagawa namin sa aming center, yung mga yard waste, eggshell, mga seeds. So, ito po yung ating mga dapat na ibalik. Kung baga sa organic farming, ito po yung buhay ng ating soil. So, ito yung gumagamot sa lupa para maging fertile. So, dito namin, ang technology namin sa composting, microorganism po kami, yung effective microorganism. So, mayroon din kami composting ng through heat. Pero ang pinaka-main focus namin, yung with the aid of effective microorganism. So, sa process po ng aming paggagawa ng composting, pag-receive namin ng waste site, nagkakandak ng weighing and recording. Sunod na po dito yung shredding ng biology siyang ma-digest and ma-decompose. After shredding po, sineset aside po daily yung excess water, more or less 2 to 3 days, bago po siya ipasok o i-load doon sa ating rotary composter. So, yung shredded materials, hinahaluan namin ng rice hull, hinahaluan namin ng sand at ng EM. Ito po yung pinaka-malinis ay napakagandang proseso ng composting. So, dito po sa rotary composter, mga 1 week siya. After 1 week, i-unload na po siya doon sa rotary composter at ilalagay na po siya doon sa aming tinatawag na curing area. So it takes almost 21 to 30 days para ma-complete yung kanyang decomposition. So after that, i-harvest na po. Papadaanin naman siya doon sa binigay ng DA na rotary compost sieve or yung separator, pagtanggal ng mga large particles, mga debris na hindi na decompose. Yun naman po mga hindi na decompose na mga large na namin, doon na rin po siya sa aming garden na pang sa mga forest. So afterwards, sinusukat ko po yung pH. Bago po namin siya sabihin compost, kailangan po yung rating namin ay 6.5 or 6 ang pH. Hindi ko po binabag, hindi namin na-harvest pagka mainit pa po siya or ang reading ng aming temperature ay 30 above. So, usually 30 below ang temperature ng aming harvest compost at yung pH ay 6.5 bago po namin ibagi. So, pag nabag na po siya, ready na po for distribution sa aming mga clients, sa aming mga partners. Sa ngayon po, araw-araw, maraming gumawa. Nagagalak ako na marami na pong paulit-ulit na nag-ihingi ng libre sa aming grupo. So, ito po yung aking request nito, yung Republic Act, yung Solid Waste Management Act. So, gusto ko pong iwanan sa grupo, itong aking hugo ng kalikasan. Ang relasyon ay parang kalikasan, tumatagal kapag iniinatan. Ay tumagal at walang iwanan kung pamaan na teknology sa ating mga susunod na lahat. Kailangan po natin itong tayo po mga nauna, ng mga mentor, pagtulong-tulungan ng mga transform po na mag-practice ng ating mga farmers ang organic farming. So, yan lang po ang aking ma-share. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat po.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Thank you for sharing with us basics of composting. And now for the last number, we go back to Chef Eric for the vegan kare-kare. Chef Eric. There you go. Okay, we're back to you, Chef Eric.
Okay. Oh, good evening na po, no? This is our last menu for today. This is the inaabangan ng marami na vegan kare-kare. Okay? Sa mga marunong na magluto, the usual pa din. Tapos kanina yung mga ingredients na ginamit natin sa menudo, yun pa rin ang gagamitin natin sa kare-kare as a meat substitute, no? Kasi this is 100% plant-based kare-kare. Ang nadagdag lang is dadagdagan natin siya ng puso ng saging. Na ito yung magmumukhang mga lamang loob. Diba? Pagka-kare-kare may mga lamang loob ng animal. So ito yung gagamitin nating substitute for the lamang loob ng kare-kare. Tapos kanina, in-explain ko na yung meat alternatives and then the tofu na ganito yung pagkakahiwa para maging isa rin siya sa mga textured meat-like ingredient natin. And nilalagyan ko rin siya ng mushroom. Any mushroom will do. Yung oyster mushroom, shiitake mushroom, or yung mga other mas mahal na mushroom, pwede din yun. Pero mag-stick lang tayo doon sa murang mushroom, yung oyster mushroom. Maganda siya. And then, ingredients natin, bawang, sibuyas, and pepper, salt. At tapos meron din tayong soy sauce, a little bit of sugar, and then annatto powder para maging orange, tapos peanut butter, and then the ground peanuts. Okay, may peanuts din siya. Sa vegetables naman natin, meron tayong sitaw or antak. Sitaw, tapos talong, at saka petchay. Pinalambot ko na yung petchay ko. Pero very fresh yan, galing sa UMA ng DAATI. Okay? So first, ang gagawin natin, ganun pa din, no? Kasi ayaw natin ng mga oily foods, kahit nakari-kari yan. So, no more gisa-gisa. Okay? Ang una natin ilalagay ay ang ating mga vegetables. Kung hindi nyo pa napapalambot yung vegetables ninyo, papalambutin nyo muna yon. Same na rin. Habang pinapalambot nyo, tsaka nyo idadagdag. Pero this time, napalambot ko na, kaya medyo madali na siya. So, ilalagay ko na yung aking petchay. So, kung mapapansin nyo na mga sa mga viewers natin, iba lang yung pagkakasunod-sunod kung paano natin nilalagay yung mga ingredients natin, di ba? Eggplant, and then yung sitaw. Okay. Kasi medyo matanggal palambutin ng sitaw, kaya pinalambot ko na yun kanina. Tapos lalagyan nyo ng water. Tingin ko kulang pa yung water natin. Saka nyo siya i-fire. So, kung mapapansin ninyo, naka-segregate pa rin siya doon sa ano ko. Then cover natin para mabilis. Dapat pala pinainit na natin to kanina. Hindi tayo pwedeng makapag-entertain ng Q&A. Hindi ko kasi sila napapakinggan. Kayo na lang magtanong yung mga nasa studio. Any question? Okay, habang inaantayin natin siya mag-simmer, no, mabilis lang yan. Gusto ko nang samantalahin ang pagkakataon, no, kasi last na yata to, no, sa akin, na gusto ko na magpasalamat sa ATI and then kay Dr. Ramona, sa mga kasama ko, sa mga team lakay, mga ka-team lakay ko sa Legazpi City, headed by Sir Marlon Longgabella, and also sa mga kasama namin doon sa Dikhani Multipurpose Cooperative. I'm also a member of a cooperative. Hello po sa inyo dyan. And then salamat po sa mga suporta ninyo sa lahat ng mga ginagawa kong demo cookings na ganito. And of course, syempre, yung mga staff natin dito sa DA-ATI, kailangan po, maraming salamat sa inyo. Kanina, ang saya namin doon sa garden, nalibitas kami ng mga gulay. Di ba? Sila Doc Frank, sila Oliver, tapos yung kanilang crew na sila yung nag-provide nitong mga para maganda ang signal natin, no? And of course, syempre doon sa ating minamahal na si Ma'am Elsa. No? So thank you po sa inyo. Sana magkaroon pa tayo ng mga ganitong pagkakataon na ma-share ko sa inyo yung plant-based cooking ko para sa kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan at saka kalusugan ng ating mga pamilya. May question ba tayo online na pwede kong So kung mapapansin ninyo, sa vegetable cooking, ang kalimitan kasing nakukuha kong tanong is yung hindi ba daw sila nang hihina pagka vegetables, puro gulay lang kinakain? Hindi ba kami manghihina niyan? Diba? Yan number one. So, ang short answer, hindi po. Kasi as long as na nagka-carbs or carbohydrates pa din kayo at ang ulam ninyo ay vegetables, okay lang din po yun. At sa totoo lang, all nutrients are from plants. Okay? So kaya po nagkakaroon ng sustansya yung mga animals na kinakain natin dahil kumain muna sila ng plants. Di po ba? So ngayon, parang pag nasa kanila na yung nutrients, at saka naman kinakain sila ng mga meat eater. Pero why not go directly? Let's eat plants. Kasi nasa plants naman, sa nature naman, kung mapapansin nyo, ang nagpo-produce naman po talaga ng nutrients, even from a scientific point of view, are the plants. Diba? Even all flavors are from plants. Kaya nga po, pag nagluto tayo ng sinigang at nilaga, ano ba pagkakaiba ng nilagang baboy sa sinigang na baboy, di po ba kung ano lang yung plants or vegetables na nilagay natin doon? So all the flavors and all the nutrients are actually from plants. Okay? May question? Saan? Yan, kumukulo na siya. Tama-tama, ito po yung magiging dinner natin. Tara po, punta kayo dito, kain tayo. And since na pinalambot ko na po yung aking puso ng saging, ilalagay ko na rin po siya. Yan, sarap na. Kung mapapansin nyo, parang yung paglalagay ko coordinated, no? Kasi ganyan po talaga, maarte ako eh. Gusto ko yung presentation, tsaka mamaya makikita nyo kasi pagka pinlating na natin siya, dapat nakikita alive na alive pa rin. Masarap tingnan yung mga vegetables natin. Tapos lalagyan ko na siya ng, this time lalagyan ko na siya ng salt para ma-absorb na ng vegetables yung alat, yung salt natin. Okay. Yan, since na kung mapapansin nyo, yung lutuan ko, butane lang, di ba? Pero kare-kare yung niluluto ko. Pagka meat-based or yung may karne, mahirap magpalambot. Pero dahil purely vegetables, mabilis siya maluluto. Nakita niyo, luto na siya. Okay? And next is lalagay ko na yung aking mga spices. Okay? So hindi na tayo nag-gisa. Again, dito ko ilalagay yung aking garlic. Last na to, na. Pwede ka na tayo. And then yung aking onion. And then yung aking mamaya na pepper. Saka mamaya na sugar. Yung aking peanut butter. Kasi di ba pag sinabi kare-kare, sa peanut butter yan. And yung aking annatto powder. Annatto powder. So huli yung ano, yung mga meat substitute natin, yung magbumukhang karne sa kanila. Kasi make sure na tama na yung pagkakaluto ng mga vegetables. Kasi itong mga meat substitute natin ay luto na. Kailangan ma-absorb na lang niya yung lasa ng ating kare-kare. So this time, lalagyan ko na siya ng pepper. And then sugar. Yan. Pagkatapos nun, a little bit of soy sauce. Yan. And then, gusto ko kasi medyo nag-orange-orange. So, I will put some more annatto powder. Yan. And then, nakikita nyo, habang nagsisimmer siya at nagiging, nandun na yung lasa na amoy na po namin, at saka natin ilalagay yung mga meat substitute natin. Number 1 is yung tokwa. Pagkatapos, lalagyan natin ng konting mushroom. Konti lang. Lahat ko na ba? Sige, lahat ko na. Yan. And our meat substitute, which is, yan. So kung mapapansin nyo, tatlong texture siya, yung mushroom, yung tofu, at saka yung meat alternative natin. Para, kasi di ba, sabi ko nga kanina, ang kare-kare ay maraming texture dahil nga lamang loob siya ng ano. So, sa stage na to, parang hinahayaan lang natin mag-absorb ng flavors yung ating mga tofu and then yung ating meat alternatives. Hinahayaan natin ma-absorb niya for a while yung flavors na nakalagay doon sa sauce. Kasi luto na naman sa iyo. Siyempre, lastly, lalagyan din natin siya ng peanuts sa ibabaw. Pero magtitira tayo for garnishing. Okay. So dahil gusto ko ano siya, so pahingin na ako ng lalagyan. Di ba? Ang bilis lang. 10 minutes? 20 minutes. Hindi ko pa siya tinitikman. Tikman natin. Andiyan ko na. Dito yung batsa. I need another one. Hindi pang sasahod ko. Nakikita naman, no? Mukha na po ba siyang kare-kare? Amoy kare-kare at lasang kare-kare. Yummy delicious. Okay? So, tara, kain na po tayo. Tama-tama to sa dinner. Umulan. Tapos maulan pa. Nako, mapapadami ang kain namin ngayon. Una. Okay. Pengi akong plate na pagkakapungan ito. Kasi ito remove na lahat. Even this oil. Then, kung mapapansin niyo, yung texture niya, di ba? Iba-iba. Kare-karing, karing-kare. Kare-karing, kare-kare. Nakita niyo po kung ano naging itsura doon sa ano? Dahil iba-ibang texture. Gayahin niyo po ito bukas sa lunch ninyo. Punta po kayo dito sa ATI, mamitas kayo ng gulay dito. Okay. Para nakikita na may tofu, may mushroom, mayroong pechay, at may puso ng saging. And then okay. One more eggplant here. Oh, ano po ba? So, teka, yung kare-kare muna, i-highlight natin. So, this is your 100% plant-based kare-kare. Okay? Sana marami po kayo natutunan. Bukas po, gayahin nyo na kaagad, no? Para masarap ang kain ng family natin at healthy. Again, ang na-demo cooking ko po ngayon ay eggplant nuggets. Nuggets na made from talong or eggplant. And then ang aking eggplant turmeric pasta na after magluto ng nuggets, pwede kang gumawa rin ng eggplant pasta, di ba? Tapos yun ang kapartner niya, yung nuggets. Pero pwede rin garlic bread. Yun. Tapos ang aking menudo, plant-based menudo, and then ang aking 100% plant-based kare-kare na less oil or oil-free siya. Okay? So, gusto ko pong pasalamatan kayo lahat sa mga listeners, no? Again, gusto ko rin pong pasalamatan ang DAATI at yung mga kasama ko dyan sa Legazpi City and Ma'am Ramona, and then our Team Lakay, and my Dikhani Multipurpose Cooperatives. Dahil sila po ang mga, at saka si Sir Marlon Longgabella, sila po ang mga sumusuporta sa akin para ma-promote ko pa ang aking plant-based cooking dito sa Bicol region. And kung gusto nyo pong magkaroon ng mga ganito pang lutuin, i-follow nyo po yung aking Facebook page, Kuya Veggie. I-search nyo lang po, Kuya Veggie. Okay? So, yun na lang po muna hanggang sa uulitin. Hopefully, magkaroon pa po ulit tayo ng chance na magkaroon ng sharing na ganito, no? And maraming salamat sa inyong time. Hindi ko na po pahahabain. Thank you so much po sa inyong lahat, no? And then gusto ko pong makita ninyo yung mga ka-partner ko dito, yung mga kasama ko dito sa during the preparation kasi kahapon pa po kami dito sa ATI, no? Si Sir Oliver, si Croy at saka si at saka yung aking assistant na dalawa. Sige. Okay. Hello po. Ayan. Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa inyo sa yung mga questions niyo, chat niyo lang po sa aking Facebook page. Bye-bye.
Salamat. Salamat sa inyo. Thank you very much. And that ends our webinar on best practices in organic agriculture. We would like to say thank you so much. Wholehearted said thank you. Sincerely said thank you so much to the organizers, the UNAP, the PFL-CW, the BU, and also the DA Agriculture Training Institute, RTC 5, the Philippine Commission on Women. Thank you to the cooperating agencies, the NAPSI, the DepEd, ICO, the Catholic Women's League, Diocese of Legazpi, Committees on Environment and Outreach, Bicol Association of Learning Sites in Agriculture, Bicol Regional Organic Farmers Council, the Bicol Women for Organic Farming. Thank you so much for joining us in the celebration of the National Organic Month pursuant to Presidential Proclamation 1030, March 15, 2015, signed by the late Ninoy Aquino, President of the Republic.
Sa produksyon, malakas ang kooperasyon. Katuwang ng mga magsasaka, ang pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Dadagdagan ang kaalaman sa kabuhayan. Sa negosyo, pahuhusayin ang kakayahan. Angkop at bagong teknolohiya, subsidyo, patubig at infrastruktura. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda. Siguradong pagkain sa buong bansa. Masaganang ani, mataas na kita. Maunlad na buhay ng mga magsasaka